All right. We're dancing on the razor's edge today. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of work backed up. We got a lot of DNC to watch. We don't got a lot of time. And I've had a headache all day. I've only recently quelled the headache. I'm hoping it stays quelled. But who knows? Hello, my good friends. I say euphemistically. Don't touch me. Hello. Get your head in the game chat. Yeah, we all need to be locked in for this one. Okay? We all need to be here for it. I'm going to get it out of the way real quick, nice and early, so we don't have to dwell on it as much as I would like to under, normal circumstances. Got the Ironheart Loop Wheel tee. Was it expensive? Yes. Does it look really good? Yes. Am I happy? Always. I'm in a good mental state. Very fond of it. Thank you. Not to be parasocial, but did you take an ibuprofen? No, I took an Excedrin. By which I mean multiple Excedrins. You don't have a headache anymore? Not at the moment, but another stupid question like that, and I don't know, we'll see. I have the lights down a little bit lower, so if I look dark, that's the reason why. RFK Jr. is dropping out and endorsing Trump. Yep, that seems to be the case. I mean, I've said it a million times before. It's not exactly novel information coming from me. You all should be prepared for this. But the RFK Jr. campaign wasn't just like an idiosyncratic weirdo taking a shot at it. It was a paid op orchestrated with the deliberate intention of pulling votes away from Joe Biden. But circumstances have changed, and now it seems like RFK Jr. is actually pulling more votes away from Trump than he is from Kamala Harris. So after presumably consultation with Donald Trump's campaign, RFK Jr. plans to end his campaign. Now, we don't know for a fact that he's ending his campaign, but we're talking like a 99.9% chance. He's holding a rally at the same time as Trump, or like right ahead of it, and he's holding it in the same city, right? Yeah, in Phoenix. So it seems like the plan is he's going to have his end of campaign rally and then doing an endorsement right before a Trump rally. Now, is it possible that that's not what happened? Sure, I can't see the future, but holy shit, that is likely. That is by far the most likely outcome. Vosh, it's still not completely confirmed he'll endorse Trump, but if he does, it means his environmentalist pedigree goes out the window. I mean, it's been out the window for a while, you know? You shouldn't let people's legacy as a good figure get in the way of them being recognized as a bad figure now, you know? Never let the past get in the way of the present, okay? People can change on a dime. You have no idea why he was an advocate for environmental rights. Maybe he was paid well to do it. Maybe he found it fun. You don't know. We can only judge a person by what they are now. The past doesn't exist. You can't visit it. The most you could do is witness it from a distant star as the light arrives at it late. You know, it's irrelevant. RFK Jr. is a conspiracy nut now, and he has been for a while, and that's more or less what he's run on. When was the last time you saw RFK Jr. give a comprehensive, progressive speech? No, I'm serious. Like when? If you take a look at his website, the policy positions are ostensibly quite progressive. When was the last time you saw him go up there and do a campaign speech to that effect? I've seen him talk about Dr. Fauci. I've seen him talk about vaccine autism. I've seen him complain that I don't know about the Wuhan lab virus. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen him complain about media treatment of him. RFK Jr. is a freak. Trump, oh, look, right here next to it. Trump says he'd consider appointing RFK Jr. to role in administration. This is blatant, naked corruption. There's no other way to describe it. It's literally just, we will insert essentially insincere, fake third-party bids in an effort to pull votes from the left, and in, like, as compensation, we can, we can pay you off. We can, give you money in other ways. We can give you an administrative position. Such a piece of shit. Well, Jill Stein and arguably Cornel West are in the exact same position, so. I mean, it's not uncommon to offer a cabinet position in exchange for support from somebody who was initially running as a Democrat. That is quite uncommon. What's the subject? I assume that RFK Jr. would want to be the head of the, I don't know, Health and Human Services or something. Something like that. I don't know. Even if Donald Trump did win, I doubt he would actually give the appointment position to him. He's a brilliant guy. He's a very smart guy. I've known him for a very long time, Trump told CNN's Kristen Holmes. I didn't know he was thinking about getting out, but if he is thinking about getting out, I'd certainly be open to it with regards to cabinet position. So Trump gets like a 1% bump? Maybe. Depends on the poll. They're trying to stack this against the Dems so hard. They play dirty. Do you think he'll actually give Musk his government efficiency position? No. Thoughts on poly market odds favoring Trump again? I don't have thoughts on poly market odds because, I don't know. It's beneath me. Harris gained support across demographics compared to Biden. Yeah, I could have told you that. Pretty good. Man. Huge gains in every category, especially young people. Very terrifying for Canadians to see that although progressivism seems to be going well in the US, don't count your chickens before they hatch. It seems the Conservative Party is going to win in Canada. Yep. Just as Obama gave way to Donald Trump here in the United States, Trudeau must now necessarily give way to your right wing. Though your right wing doesn't have the same sauce that our right wing does, and we survived, so good luck to ye. Woe, a curse upon ye. Act steady. Why would I see that? The worst Canadian conservatives come down here to the United States because there are more career opportunities for lunatic neo-Nazis over here than there are in Canada. Maybe that'll change soon. Will RFK supporters like the Trump endorsement? I'm gonna, with all undue respect to RFK supporters, I think that they probably have amoeba-like intelligence on average, so I can't really tell you. I can't really peer behind their eyes, you know? Well, we'll see how things go with RFK Jr., though I cannot imagine they go any way other than the way that I've described. Is this video relevant?
RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, says that their independent presidential campaign is weighing its options this way. Watch.
There's two options that we're looking at, and one is...
Oh, hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, on 538, Harris's lead over Trump in aggregate has gone up to 3.3. From 2.8 the previous day. God damn, these swings. Remarkable that it was dead even just less than a month ago, and since then it's just been a steady. Yeah, Trump's haven't moved at all. 44% right here, 44% basically right here.
Staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Waltz presidency, or we walk away.
How much of a poll bump will RFK actually give Trump? We've gone over this, guys. On 538, they're doing polls that include third-party candidates, and even in those, Harris is still ahead in quite a lot.
Right now, and join forces with Donald Trump.
Shanahan said that they're concerned about taking more votes away from Trump and Vance than from Harris and Walz. Trump was asked about a potential RFK Jr. endorsement and whether he would consider offering Kennedy a
comparison to 2016. Yeah, but I think polling is in a very different place right now than it used to be, because at least back in 2016, that effect of people not wanting to be honest about voting for Trump was real, and nobody was energized about Clinton. People came out in droves for Joe Biden. Like, keep in mind that the last election, 2020, by far the highest voter participation in recent memory, you know, a significant, like, Joe Biden got, what, 14 million more votes than Hillary Clinton did in 2016? Something like that. Wasn't 2020 polling also bad? I don't think so. Not really, no. Keep in mind the polling measures the popular vote. Most of the time when we look at polling, we're talking about general favorability. But we also have to deal with the Electoral College. We have to win by a decent amount, you know? I've heard Trump votes were underreported as well. In 2016 or 2020? The polling was off in the 2022 midterms? Yes. Yeah, things turned out much better for Democrats than expected. I really do think there are reasons to be optimistic here. Keep in mind that all of the indicators that we've been given, electorally speaking, since Roe v. Wade was revoked, have been disproportionately favorable to Democrats. Democrats have been outperforming the polls in the midterms in 2022, in special elections, consistently, like across the board, not 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, across the board, Democrats have been doing better than is expected in polling. Keep in mind that the reason I say polling is the devil is because to this day, a lot of polling is done using methods that bias the results that you get, like using landlines, for example, or going after trying to pull people in like you know, like housing areas rather than apartment areas or whatever. Like, there are biases that you see in the way people conduct polling, or people fall more towards like old methods or stuff that's kind of tried and true. The problem with that, of course, is who picks up a landline these days? Boomers, you know? Honestly, who engages with like a text or call poll? Right? Do you? I don't. I've gotten in my life maybe a handful of times that I've gotten a text or a call that have been to the effect of like, would you like to participate in poll? I don't engage with that shit. I've got stuff to do. I've got like a dick to jerk, you know? I'm busy. Like, what do you mean? But a boomer? You know. And then, of course, you can weigh the results that you get based on the proportion of young and old people. Like, you can engage in a regressive analysis, thank you, my college education, to appropriately weigh the outcomes you get based on like demographic proportionality. But there are problems with that, and it's complicated and difficult to do, and it's not always a perfect process. So, yeah, no. I'm just saying, man. Do you think Harris and the Democrats in general will do better than how the polls are showing? What's the point of me talking if you're going to ask me to repeat? Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the point of what I'm saying. The whole spiel that I just gave was how I think that the methods that we use to poll don't always give us like a lot of it is also like relative energy levels, you know? Clinton, very low levels of energy. Biden, pretty high levels of energy. Maybe this time we go even further. I mean, look at the DNC, man. There's definitely energy out there. There's definitely energy out there. Sure, hey, Optimal. For that, entertaining worst case scenarios of elections. Yeah, but that's a whole thing. Aurel Kiryurturian. That's a difficult name to pronounce quickly. You know, it's worth talking about, but we'll see. We'll see. As of today, Harris is up in North Carolina on 538 by 0.2, but still the first time. God damn. It's been neck and neck for a while. This is the first time it's tipped over, see? If we get North Carolina, that's pretty much a guaranteed victory. I mean, not like necessarily, but it kind of is, right? I mean, if you get North Carolina, and I'm very confident in the Michigan and Wisconsin bids here, so we can just lock that in. Then literally all you need at that point is Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, or Pennsylvania, and you win. We also can't count on Georgia that much because there's a very like active coup attempt brewing there, but we're ahead in Pennsylvania. Arizona's kind of neck and neck, and Nevada, who cares? It's all sand. You know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Pennsylvania will surely go blue. That'd be nice. There's a ghost next to me. Oh, yeah, see that? Do you see the ghost over here? Can you see that? Yeah, ghosts are real. Nah, I tried messing around with a chroma key to try to make it so that I could do this. I could move my camera around without it going around the borders. Did you know that OBS doesn't have a way to mask an image element with another image element that's a separate source? I can't move a mask around in a group over the video. Like, how stupid is that? You know? So instead, I have... which of these things do I have to change? This one? No, not that. Fuck. That certainly didn't fix it. This is not an improvement on the previous. This is also not an improvement. Don't kill the ghost. Well, now I don't even remember what I'm trying to do. Kind of annoying that it's doing that warbling, though. I guess I don't really know how this stuff works. Can I just get rid of this? Yes. No, wait, it's still doing it. Maybe it's an actual ghost. Let me just... Hold on. Okay. All right, sure. It's been exercised. It's gone. What did you break this time? I don't, chroma key, whatever. I'll figure it out later. It was messing with the logo colors. It makes sense considering there's green in the logo color. We'll figure it out later. All right. Anyway, something something elections, something something. Great. Good analysis. Okay, what is this?
Palestinians. It's been unconscionable for me in the last 10 months to witness my colleagues in this administration refusing to recognize the genocidal war that is taking place in Gaza, to not see the mothers who have lost countless children, the babies whose dead bodies are being dug out, do not understand that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves for saying such. Palestinians.
For saying such things? Why did it cut off like this? AOC on Monday said Harris was working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Does somebody have the full video of this? Can I get the full video of this? A shot directly at AOC? Maybe, yeah. That seems likely. Why is working for a ceasefire not a thing? Because a ceasefire can't happen unless Netanyahu wants it to happen, and Netanyahu doesn't want it to happen because he's evil. Here we go. Is this it? Is this the...
Well, US
Talking about the importance.
Al Jazeera's Gabriel Elizondo spoke to her on the sidelines of the Democratic National Convention.
Folks in the administration talking about the importance of protecting journalists without acknowledging the journalists that are being killed in Gaza. And I think that level of hypocrisy is on full display. It deals a deadly blow to our credibility on the world stage. And I do hope that there is a shift in that acknowledgement, because these journalists in Gaza.
Thank you, Winnie. Here we go. This is the correct video.
For humanity. Good afternoon, everyone.
We gotta be quiet.
It is an honor to join my siblings in the movement for justice.
Chat is drama farming. Omar tweeted supporting AOC. I mean, everyone's, you know, drama farming here. But you can also be taking a shot at AOC while supporting her.
Justice for humanity as the Congresswoman from the 5th Congressional District of Minnesota, who had the highest percentage of uncommitted voters to the tune of 32%. To witness my colleagues in this administration
Here we go.
refusing to recognize mothers who have lost countless, that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves for saying such thing. Because we supply these weapons. So if you really wanted a ceasefire, you just stop sending the weapons.
That's right.
It is that simple.
That's
right. So for me, it is clear. If we truly saw Palestinians as equal human beings to Israelis, we would feel as equal of a pain as we felt on October 7th in the last 10 months, where the tragedy...
Yeah, I don't think this is taking shots at AOC. I just think this is her supporting the arms embargo position, which isn't unexpected from her.
Of seeing maybe 40,000 people, if not more. Some people are saying it's over 100,000.
It's also worth noting that, like, stopping the supply of weapons on its own would not be sufficient to end the genocide. Israel has more than enough weapons currently, right now, to continue the war basically indefinitely. I mean, they're still massively armed. You know, it's not like they would collapse and fold the moment we stop giving them weapons. Maybe it would be more difficult. Maybe they'd have to be a little bit more reserved, but it's still, you know, this does need to be done in tandem with diplomacy. It needs to be held off as a threat more so than anything. Kamala gains big with Hispanics. Yo, is that real? Biden up 13 points with Hispanics versus Harris up 31 points. They flipped the 3 and the 1. Give me Blexus. Can I waiter, can I get a Texas swing state again, please? It's not going to happen. Not this time, at least. You cannot take away my Blexus dream. It would be nice. It would be nice.
Risk everything to tell a story, to bear witness, and without the press, we wouldn't know many historic conflicts that have taken place around the world, and the fact that we do not recognize the death and devastation that is faced by journalists in Gaza, I think is very telling and is heartbreaking.
And they're specifically targeting the few journalists that are there.
Yeah, I think people are drama farming this a little bit. Just a little bit. Same drama frogs were in Hassan's stream. Well, of course. What do you think about the majority report position that any attempt at a ceasefire that will inevitably be blocked by Netanyahu is meaningless pandering? I mean, there is literally no way to achieve a ceasefire without the consent of Netanyahu, as long as Netanyahu leads Israel. There's, like, obviously, right? And we know that Netanyahu is a monstrous genocidal maniac, forestalling his own, ousting from power by keeping the war going indefinitely. So what's the actual plan to convince Netanyahu? Because the well-being of Israelis or Palestinians is not going to change his mind, you know? Back in the good old days, you know what America did when puppet states like Israel went AWOL like this? We don't have the power that we used to. We don't have the power that we used to. Honestly, even without Netanyahu, I don't expect the IDF or what's left of Hamas to, like, not immediately break the ceasefire. That's another good point. Yeah, even if you negotiate a ceasefire, do you really think that they'll abide by it? Like, the IDF is so out of control that they're just needlessly murking aid workers and then, like, floundering over how to excuse it, you know? They can barely control their own troops. And it's not like Hamas is disciplined. And that's leaving out, like, attacks from Hezbollah or from Iranian-backed militias in Syria, right? So, you know, it's not, a ceasefire isn't enough. That's not, like, it's kind of meaningless, to be honest. Netanyahu won't go for it, and even if he did, it would be immediately broken, and then they'd be like, well, I guess the fighting's back on. Be like the Minsk Accords or whatever, you know, 1 and 2. So, no, you need to have a better plan. Did Vosh cover the recent Trump call to Netanyahu requesting they don't do a ceasefire deal? Yep. Now, what's this? I Google it. And what is this? A retraction? PBS host apologizes for reporting Trump pressed Netanyahu to abandon hostage deal. This was a mistake. Netanyahu's office called report a complete lie. Okay. Well, this is Fox News, so let's see. Judy Woodruff apologized Wednesday. Audio? We hate Fox News. Apologized Wednesday for reporting a story about former President Donald Trump. Posted an apology to Twitter, expressing regret for reporting this week. The phone call urging Netanyahu to delay a hostage deal until they benefit. It was a mistake, and I apologize for it. Okay, 1 second. Judy Woodruff. Let's find The Hill, 6 minutes ago. In a post on Twitter, Woodruff said Wednesday she wanted to clarify her comments. As I said, this was not based on my original reporting. I was referring to reports I had read in Axios and Reuters about former President Trump having spoken to the Israeli prime minister. In the live TV moment, I repeated the story because I hadn't seen later reporting that both sides denied it. Okay, of course both sides would deny it. Why the fuck would Netanyahu and Trump admit to that? Wait, then what was the... Then what was the original report from? Axios? And based on what? Axios reported earlier that Trump spoke on the phone with Netanyahu on Wednesday, discussed the Gaza hostage ceasefire deal, saying to U.S. away from the call. Okay, so Axios reported that. Based on what? Whatever. I don't care enough. Yeah, oreganophobia, if the only evidence against them doing it is that they both denied it, my only question is, where did you get the evidence that they did it from? If it was a phone call, where would you have gotten the evidence from? It's not like they're not tapping the phones, you know? Meh. Meh. We got another certified lover boy. Yeah, I saw that. They're calling it the least surprising development in human history. Police raid Andrew Tate's home in Romania as new allegations emerge involving minors. I can't believe the top G alpha male who thinks women hit the wall at, I don't know, 18 and a half. And who lives in Romania largely because he thinks he can get away with sex trafficking there, would allegedly be sex trafficking minors. Listen, okay? Nature abhors a vacuum. Welcome back, Jeffrey Epstein. You know? You didn't have the guy. And now you have the guy again. This is so surprising. Well, all they're doing is a raid. We don't know anything about evidence. Though, generally speaking, police officers don't raid the compound of a wealthy celebrity with, like, no evidence whatsoever. Unless they're just having fun with it, you know. Romania's anti-organized crime agency, DICOT, said it was searching for homes in Bucharest and nearby Ilfov County, investigating allegations of human trafficking, the trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with the minor, influencing statements, and money laundering. The agency said that hearings will later be held at its headquarters. Okay. Tate's spokesperson, Matia Petrescu, said in response to the raids that, quote, although the charges in the search warrant are not yet fully clarified, they include suspicions of human trafficking and money laundering, and added that his legal team is present. Petrescu did not address the allegations involving minors. I don't know about that one. Not even going to deny it? It is weird, though, that he says, although the charges in the search warrant are not yet fully clarified. I know that Romania is Romania and America is America, but my understanding is that if a search warrant is issued, the reasons for the search warrant are available immediately to the people whose property is being searched. Certainly, if you have long enough time to consult a spokesperson, you know, you get that information. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're obligated to provide it. I could be wrong on that, but it's a different country. Dozens of police officers and forensic personnel were scouring Tate's large property in the edge of the capital, Bucharest. During the entire criminal process, the investigated persons benefit from the proceduralized guarantees. They seal the warrant so the suspect doesn't flee. Well, I mean, when it's being carried out, I assume you can get the information. That'd be pretty fucked up otherwise, right? The Tate brothers have been detained for 24 hours, which is the maximum they can be held without a judge approving a request by prosecutors for a longer period. Yeah, there's not really any information yet. You know, we'll get more information later. Should be very funny, I assume. Pedophile Scott Ritter got raided due to Russian ties. Wait, again? U.S. investigating Americans who worked with Russian state television. Do you think Scott Ritter is like the feds bust down his door and he's thinking like, fuck, that 12-year-old that I was talking to online, she must have been a police officer again. And then the feds come up to him and they're like, yeah, we're investigating you for foreign like ties to foreign governments. And he's like, huh. Woo. Hold on, let me pull up the article. I use my expert hacking skills to get around the paywall. U.S. investigating Americans who work with Russian state television. 2 prominent commentators on Russian state television channels, part of effort to blunt events. Broad criminal investigation into Americans who work with Russia's state television network, signaling aggressive effort to combat the Kremlin's influence. It's still so fucked up to me that lefties are opposed to the federal government trying to oust Russian interference in our elections when modern-day Russia has, for the past 20 years, been like an unironic global network facilitator of Nazi and far-right political efforts. Like, it's just like there is no ambiguity to this at all. It's literally like there's a million pieces of like, yeah, basically like every Western country, there's ties between the far right and Russia, like monetary ties, promotion. Real lefties too, not just tanky. No, real lefties too. A lot of them think that the Russia interference stuff is cringe and liberal pill because like Hillary Clinton talked about it. I'm really sorry. Like Hillary Clinton also didn't like Donald Trump. She was right about that too. Like, you know, just because Hillary Clinton believes something doesn't necessarily mean she's wrong. It only means that most of the time she's wrong. Like we have to qualify our positions a little bit. Scott Ritter, twice convicted pedophile, and Dimitri K. Symes, an advisor to former President Donald J. Trump's first presidential campaign in 2016. Nice. Nice. Hillary Clinton's always been accurate about Russia. I think it's like her one good thing. She was right about Tulsi Gabbard, too. Yeah. To be fair, just because this time it's correct, it's still Red Scare tactics, IMO. I mean, it's not really Red Scare tactics if it's correct, though, right? Like, I feel like part of Red Scare tactics has to be that it's incorrect, you know? Right? Because if you're correct, first of all, the Red Scare thing, it's like, we're not talking about communists here. Like, they're like Nazi and far right tied. And second of all, like, the Red Scare was about the paranoia. But in this case, it's all true, like, factually. It's not a conspiracy. The ties are well known and demonstrated and, you know, have been discussed at length. Now, I agree that a lot of the stuff that Hillary Clinton did during her campaign, like overstating her loss being a product of Russian interference or trying to make Russia out to be like the boogeyman behind the shadows, that I think is cringe, because Russia does facilitate a lot of far right stuff, but Russia doesn't like organize and direct the global far right. They don't have that kind of power, you know? They're not us. They don't have that kind of influence. And you can use that as an excuse to like not take responsibility for the fact that let's say, just hypothetically, for example, with Hillary Clinton's case, you're also just fundamentally unlikable, you know? As long as you're not too cringe about it, I suppose. Wah, wah, wah. Any mention of Scott Ritter that doesn't mention the twice convicted pedophile thing is journalistic malpractice. Again, not like twice accused, twice convicted, you know? Why are you all talking about the Dreamcast? Is it because the Tim Walz thing? I saw that. Why don't they mention it? I don't know, civility politics or something? Also, let's be honest here, a lot of U.S. citizens targeted by McCarthy and the Red Scare were not communists. They were Marxist-Leninists who did some for the USSR primarily. The extent demonization comes in. Yeah, it is true that, like, it's pretty difficult to, you know, weigh in too heavily when, A, there was a lot of spying back and forth, and B, you know, the Soviets fucking sucked. Didn't who am I thinking? Is it the Rosenbergs? Weren't they actually found to have been spies? Not that that necessarily vindicates the process or whatever. Spies do get executed pretty often. The Rosenthals, there we go. We spy all the time? Yeah, we do. Yeah. It's okay when America does it? Well, I mean... Okay, let me put it this way, all right? If there were American spies in the Soviet Union who were caught stealing, like, top-secret weapons information and sending it back to the U.S. and they got executed for it, I just feel like we would look at that in retrospect and go, you know, all right, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. That conforms to my understanding of how this sort of thing works. Danger in the line of work. Yeah, spies don't get treated that well in a lot of cases. Hello. Yeah, literally, yeah, the Mueller report. A lot of people think the Mueller report, a lot of lefties think the Mueller report was, like, cringe or whatever. I mean, look, okay, everything is cringe, especially if it's liberal. But, like, it's also, I mean, it's all there, you know? It's all, yeah, it's all because of Mueller, she wrote, you know? Now everyone just associates the name with cringe. DNC is starting. Isn't it always? Guys, I got so much cool shit to wear, but it's all drying right now.
'19 Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Jess Davis, to sing our national anthem.
Whoa. Don't care. Can we please watch Conservative Skibbity Toilet before the DNC? Oh yeah, I saw this. This is like the thing your conservative uncle is watching.
Good job, Dougie! A good job that deserves a BJ? Oh, Dougie, you know I don't cheat on Willie!
You want to watch the whole thing?
I found you a bigger bag!
It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
This bag is so much bigger than Doug's bag! Everybody's bag is bigger than mine! Oh, that reminds me! I've got to drink my horse protein!
You guys don't like this? You don't like this? Is what happened to all the Obama lovers talking about unity and national reconciliation? This is what your conservative family members are watching for 6 hours a day, you know? You've got iPad kids watching Skibbity Toilet, and you've got iPad boomers watching The Wizard of Woke. And you say you want to get along with them, you will never reunite with your Fox News brain-addled grandparents. See if you can handle 10 more seconds of it.
Hey, Republicans! I got $27 million in my bank account! Come and impeach me! Come on, guys! I need to get some more. I gotta take a poop. Whatever you say.
All right. I think that's about enough. You guys don't want national reconciliation. We're still doing this? The American national anthem. Come on. It's so played out. How many times have I heard this song in my life? Like, at least 10. Keep playing They Need to Hurt. I just don't think people in chat know what national reconciliation looks like. I don't think they understand the costs they're incurring.
Please welcome Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and the officers of the Democratic National Committee.
Okay, do you think that I can, like, get ahead of my work because this is inevitably going to keep me up until, like, fucking 10:30 p.m. and I'm going to be tired, my headache's going to come back? Can I read some donos now while they're doing the early bureaucracy stuff? I'm going to do that, okay? I hope that people who want to see their donations read, like, they'll know they can, like, check at this point in time, because I'm, like, backed up on them and I feel bad about it because genuinely, like, I do know how lucky I am to have this job. I'm gonna do it, okay? AT5D2D Derek, Not Safe Work Express, 64 Loco, and Aka Andromeda. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, these past few weeks of stream have been a joy to watch. Don't wear tan shoes with a navy blue suit, okay? Dark brown is fine. Tan is not. Ridiculous. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Queenie51 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for being a source of joy and knowledge. Love from you. Oh, no, sorry, I mixed these up. Queenie51 with the $20. Thank you. Here's to make up for all the incoming copyright strikes. This was during the fucking roll call they did yesterday where they played every song ever made, which was pretty wild, you know? That was so good. That was so fucking good.
Conveying our appreciation for those in Chicago who have set the stage for this convention's success.
This is happening in Chicago, right? I genuinely didn't know people with this, like, phenotype were capable of moving north of the Mason-Dixon line. That's crazy. This is kind of like seeing a fish in an alpine region miles from water, you know? This is like a thoroughly southern demeanor. The Pants Party and Hyperion 99, thank you for the $5 both. Mortaray, thank you for the $10 for your fund to buy all music rights. God willing, one of these days. God willing. Noel Holiday and Chauncey Extreme, thank you for the tier 3 subs. Thank you, thank you. Homestuck has a grip on me and my friend group. We have a TTRPG going where I'm a jade-blooded mage. The most autistic thing I've read in a long time, and I respect it. Be true to yourself. Well, your name's Noel Holiday, right? So that's probably, that's a Deltarune reference, right? You're in the sauce, and you know what? I respect it. Be happy. Experience joy. Everyone at Vermin Hands in chat, and then say yes. It doesn't matter if you don't know what you're responding to. Everyone, just Vermin Hands, yes. All of you. Your comprehension is not needed. In fact, I don't care at all if you comprehend. There we go. Thank you. Vorg with the $5 is the Bird of Paradise playing you Lego. Yes, it is, and I do like sunglasses, especially ones that are prescription, like those ones are. But my sunglasses, the only prescription sunglasses that I have, are that's Cory Booker.
I want to acknowledge a loss today. A man who
like
always fought for freedom. Today we lost Congressman Bill Pascrell, who passed away early this morning.
Wait, what?
Now, he's a Jersey legend. He is a powerful pugilist, a Prince of Paterson. He served in our state assembly. He served as our mayor, and for 27 years, he served in Congress. 87? He never forgot where he came from in Paterson, and he never stopped fighting. He could push some pachyderms.
Okay, unironically, Democrats, you need to stop doing this. Youngest Democrat? Yeah, youngest Democrat. What the fuck? The average age of an elected Democratic representative is like 15 years older than Republican. What the fuck? That's a normal age to die? No, a normal age to die would have been like 8 years ago if you follow the actuarial tables of an American male. Like, that's like, Jesus Christ.
Some of the greatest warriors, some of the greatest champions for fighting for reproductive freedom. I welcome them to the stage.
I thought I'd get more time to read donations.
Don't know why, but I feel like
Oh, that's right. We're really hitting
In America, women's reproductive rights are in jeopardy. Former President Trump has a record of restricting abortion access and putting women's lives at risk.
The government should not have a say on if a woman can choose to have an abortion.
As a woman who has personally experienced the life-saving benefits of abortion, I know firsthand how important it is.
I want to make sure that access to contraception is not only available, but expanded, and that every person has the right to choose when, where, how, and if they want to start a family.
To women everywhere, it's your body. Don't put someone in office who only wants to control it.
This election is about our health care, our rights, and our lives. Let's stand together and vote for a better future.
My body, my right. Please vote for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome President of Reproductive Freedom for All, Minnie Timaraju.
I like that they've had a lot of women explicitly saying they have an abortion. Yeah, I do like the shift away from abortions being this like nasty little healthcare necessity to people being open with it. That is very preferable. Yeah, it you know, because otherwise you're kind of conceding the point, you know?
In California,
Boo.
Kansas, Kentucky,
Utah,
Michigan, Montana, Ohio, and Vermont. Voters sent a message. You come for our rights, we're going to come roaring back. And it seems like every day another state gets added to the list. So let's hear it for Arizona.
And Montana. Montana, yeah. Where they're putting it on the issue sheet.
The
why am I
latest states
blanking?
to announce that the
referendum.
people will get to have their say this November. Because voters who support reproductive freedom, we're not the minority, we're the majority.
How fucking crazy would it be if this just plays out in every state in the country? It's already happened in Kansas, and it's like Republicans revoke Roe v. Wade, and then every single one of the 50 states has a referendum that enshrines it into... And it turns out, like, abortion rights were never viable on a national level, but on a local referendum level, literally everyone... Even Utah, though? Probably not Utah.
What he's going to do in office? Google Project 2025.
I saw that tweet.
Kamala Harris has her own project for 2025, restoring reproductive freedom.
All right, I see where the Riz is, and it's with me. I'm taking the chance to read these out. I'm backed up, man. I'm backed up like someone whose both arms have been broken for a month. Shut up. Soymaster and Nayslayer, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Appreciate that very, very much. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. JFK didn't do things because they were easy, but because he was hard. Dicks. He did fuck around with guys. That is true. That is a known fact. We need to come to terms with this, you know? All presidents are gay. Warden Savior and Appalachia Anarchist, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I've been enjoying your stream since the switcheroo and enjoying your content quite a bit. The energy, the temperature is definitely like raised substantially in a very good way. You know, like I'm very happy with how things are going from like a strategic perspective. Misgender Lynn and Kiria Tonzi, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Plant Daddy 710, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Bo Jiden, that is so true. That is so true. Caspi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Gibdos Rubies, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very, very kind of you. 53 Voshatron and Kelburo, thank you for the $5 both. This is going better than I expected. Me too. And pretty often as well. Okay, what's happening? I just want to do these, man.
But Georgia bans abortion after 6 weeks.
My job's so hard.
So she drove to South Carolina, but arrived the day that their 6-week ban went into effect. She went back home and then went to Florida. But she arrived just days when she was too late under their ban. She had to fly all the way to California to get an abortion. Now remember, each time she had to get the money up, she had to miss work, she had to find childcare. Now imagine if this was an emergency situation. In Texas, doctors who have feared going to jail have sent patients to wait in hospital parking lots rather than provide the emergency care they need. And in Idaho, they have airlifted patients to other states. We cannot call ourselves a free nation when women are not free.
Or trans men. I'm woker than her, in case you're wondering.
More than 1 in 3 women and nearly half of all black women live in banned states. Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you, in no way are Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We decide. We trust women. We trust doctors. And we trust Kamala Harris. Our future is on the ballot. Our bodies are on the ballot. And come November 5th, we will decide this election.
I'm moving forward. We got to do it. Arminius 4, Ninjinji, and Deep Sea Fission, thank you for the $5 all. I want national unity. I'm tired of hating my neighbors over politics. Well, that means bringing them over to us, I'm afraid. That doesn't mean getting along with them as they are now, because otherwise the hatred will continue. Zigabiz and Impballin, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you. 3 Feline, thank you for the $15. Happy that you've been feeling more hopeful lately. Raining Trees, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. 8-Bit Hagel and Imaginary MDA, thank you both for the tier 4 subs. I really appreciate that.
Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms.
This is live. I'm never going to get to live.
We're not going back.
Okay, we're not going back. Gotcha. Keep filling parallel stadiums, you know?
Please welcome former president of Planned Parenthood, Cecile Richards.
Just give me, just during the abortion bit, because I'm never that interested in the abortion bit anyway, because I hate women, okay? Just let me finish the fucking donos, man. Thank you for the tier 4 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Cheeky Licks, the $5. Alien Romulus was unbelievably bad. I haven't seen it, but yeah, basically everything in the extended Alien universe, except for Aliens as an action movie and Alien Isolation as a sick-ass survival horror game, have been pretty bad. Bull Cypher, thank you for the incredibly kind 20 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Here's to the Kamala Hype Train Hypers. Yeah, I'll pass the money right along to her. Seriously, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty hyped myself, at least for us beating Trump. Pro Newbie, Humanist Communist, and Vibrant Pico, thank you for the $5 all. Congratulations on graduating, Humanist Communist. Hell yeah. And congratulations on your weight loss, Vibrant Pico. Trianon, thank you for the $10. Would women rather encounter Vosh or a bear on Mount Rainier? Trick question, I am a bear. Thank you. You know, if I get beefy enough, we beat the otter allegations. Thank you, thank you. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. New hash brown meta. Looks like a latke. I love latkes. Some of the best foods out there, you know? Latkes, incredibly good. Incredibly good. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Veronica Tash, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the additional $5. I really appreciate that. Miral 123, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Centrist Leftist, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Here are your beautiful cats. You're my cat's favorite streamer. Damn, the sharpness on your monitor is up really high. I look like a little dork. I look like a little dorky boy. I gotta get cut so that I have like the sharp cheekbone. And then it's like, oh, he's not dorky, he's Sigma. You are a dork? That is true, I am a dork. You can't really run from that one. Vosh, I have bad news. I know! You don't need to tell me. I'm fully aware of the fact that I'm a dork, okay? And it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm trying my best, okay? Noos and Fishik, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Davey Salt, thank you for the $5. And Zap34 and Elsa47, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Found you in Microsoft Flight Simulator XD. Holy shit, you actually did. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty cool. Microsoft Flight Simulator is a very cool piece of technology. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10 and for showing us your beautiful bunny Daisy, keeping it light and whimsy-pilled. Beep beep. The way animal eyes go red when you photograph them. I guess all eyes can do that depending on the camera and the flash and stuff. Beautiful baby. Yum yum. Eating the leaf. Yum yum. Killer bunny. Two Dad Smooching, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome back to being able to use the Dix emote. Missioner Lin and Semilocon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Nearly Infinite, thank you, thank you. Appalachian Anarchist and Kelberon, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. So why are we covering the DNC when it'll probably leave you disappointed with liberals being liberal? I don't think yesterday was fun for anyone. I stupid. We have to beat Trump, man. We have to beat Trump. Hold on. What are we up to? I'm trying. We're moving really quickly, guys. Once we're done with it, then we're caught up. We're good.
The story of America is the story of progress towards freedom. In just a few generations, my family went from being enslaved in Mississippi to being the first free black family in Muscatine, Iowa.
Oh. That's actually pretty
to now,
cool.
Preparing to elect President Kamala Harris. Progress is happening, my friends. The 20+ million LGBTQ+ Americans are living proof of it. We are your friends and your neighbors, your classmates and your family. Like Daniel, a trans kid in Tucson who's going to his very first prom. Like Eric from San Antonio, who sacrificed in combat and then came home to battle Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Like Sandy and Chris, the first same-sex couple to get legally married in California 11 years ago. In a ceremony officiated by Kamala Harris.
They really had the close-up on that uncommitted ceasefire
Donald Trump wants
delegate,
to erase us. He would ban our health care.
Wait, hold on. Does no one else think it's kind of noteworthy how, like, they were that zoomed in? Like, did they know that the other pins were the ceasefire delegate pins? You know?
11 years ago. In a ceremony officiated by Kamala Harris.
This is C-SPAN, not the Kamala Harris channel. Or,
Donald Trump
official
wants
camera.
to erase us. He would ban our health care, belittle our marriages, bury our stories, but we're not going anywhere. We are not going back.
They didn't iron the flag. Unfortunately, that's queer culture.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they are champions for LGBTQ+ freedom, y'all. So tonight, we're fighting for lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and trans freedom without exception. We're fighting for equality for all without exception. We're fighting for joy. Somebody say joy. Somebody say joy. Without exception. And when we fight,
Please welcome President of Emily's List, Jessica Mackler.
Do we still have men in this country?
Donald Trump took away our rights, but he can never take away our power. Republican attacks on abortion didn't begin with the end of Roe, and they didn't end there either. Millions of women across this country are living with the devastating consequences of Republican abortion bans. Now comes Project 2025, a blueprint for banning abortion in all 50 states. It would give extremists like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance the power to monitor your pregnancy and even prosecute doctors for mailing abortion medication. Make no mistake, the threat of Project 2025 is very real, but so is our ability to stop it. In 2022, Democrats didn't just run on reproductive freedom, we won on reproductive freedom. And in 2024, we are coming back to the polls to finish the job. In his devastating opinion, Justice Alito wrote that women are not without electoral or political power. And Donald Trump and Republicans are about to find out just how true that is. The opportunity is before us. The power is in our hands, and the time is now.
Don't do another.
Please welcome
one.
President and CEO of Voto Latino, Maria Teresa Kumar.
Okay, I guess that's not an abortion-focused group. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Here's a fact. When Latinos vote, Democrats win.
That is true.
Now, not everyone believes it, so I brought receipts. We flipped Nevada and Colorado in 2008. We delivered in 2020. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won Georgia by 12,000 votes. Voto Latino, we registered 23,000 voters there. They won Arizona by 10,400 votes.
More Latin pandering. We need more Latin pandering, okay? Unironically, like, if the Democrats could just figure out their fucking messaging with Latin people, that would be it. Like, genuinely, that would be it. Like, there would be no... There wouldn't even be, like, a point for the presidential. You just have the Democratic primary. Unfortunately, we spend way less time talking about it than we do pandering to black votes, and black people already come out in droves for Democrats. So it's just, you know... Pandering is part of politics. I just feel like they could proportion their pandering a little bit better.
Voto Latino has registered 1.5 million voters. And we are just getting started.
We need a guy in Jinko jeans and like a Goku graphic t-shirt to go up here and endorse Kamala Harris, and that would be the sweep, you know?
This election. And I couldn't be prouder because we are registering them faster than any time in our history. This year, we will prove it again. Would Latinos vote? You guys got the memo. Another fun fact, this year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history. So that means, sí se puede, se está haciendo, sí se puede.
Incredible stuff, Bunny Revolution.
So that means that together, we will make history. and elect Kamala Harris president. Vota!
Median voter syndrome.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
My name is Scott from Tennessee.
Thank you. Let me finish the donuts. Thank God. Keycop, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Glad you're enjoying Disco Elysium and getting the references now. Appalachian Anarchist, happy birthday and lovely cake that your wife baked. We love red velvet over here, don't we, folks? I do, at least. Meryl123, thank you for the $5. Thinking about moving out of LA, what helped you decide to move out of California? LA is a shit non-city. There's nothing to do. Everything that you do costs money, and there's nowhere where it's just cool to be, like, at all. You know, you have to drive an ungodly length of time to get to anything cool, and then there's nothing there either. The city is hostile to your existence. There's no like public square to enjoy. Also, the people there are annoying. Corsnor, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What's with the whole rehabilitation of Trumpers? It panders the voters, you know. We do have that.
I'm Tom Swazi, and early this year, I flipped the seat from red to blue.
That's great. Centrist Leftist, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And the additional 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you. Very generous of you. Really appreciate that. Viking Otaku 6, thank you for the $5. Holy shit, title says it all. Polyamorous rights or civil rights, New York City court rules. Are we getting polygamy again? Polyamorous relationship entitled to the same legal protections to personal relationships. Huh. Okay, I'll have to look into that in the future. David Rose Lux, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm afraid the link that you've provided isn't working, so I can't see what it is you're linking. But I hope you had a good time while you were out, and I'm very happy that I could help you discover that you're trans. Vorg, thank you for the $5. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Smelody, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday! Enjoy your volunteering at the ACLU. Catgirl, thank you for the $5. Saw last night's Obama speech stream. Your current newspen has got me back into your content after avoiding for a few years because of the constant debates. There you go. See? I'm glad some people get pulled over by the good content. Baron Llewellyn90 and Big Mallard, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you for complimenting my pecs, Big Mallard. I don't work out, but I'd like to imagine that sometimes when I poof my chest out, I can trick people into thinking that I do. And System16, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very happy to have helped radicalize you and also pull you out of the alt-right pipeline. De-radicalize you then, at least to some extent. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, we're caught up on Psych Donos. But what about Super Chat? Guys, we're going to be here for a long time. You're thinking like, oh, he's missing parts of the DNC. Trust me, whatever this guy is saying, they're going to say it again in the future. You know, he's not one of the big hitters. You know how it works. You know how it works. We were here for like 5 hours last time. It was an 8-hour stream, actually. Yeah, listen, we don't respect New Yorkers here, okay? Covering day 2, covering day 1. All right. With the efficiency of my 1/4 German blood. All right, let's do it. Doggo, thank you for the 5 Australian through the wormhole, and El Bukhari Sid Ahmed, thank you for the $2 and euros respectively. Really appreciate those. Nodding Donkey, Barry of the Saxes, and Kale, thank you for the 5 all. I really appreciate that. Do you think you're too handsome to talk about politics? Yes, but I deign to anyway. It's very nice of me. Polydo94, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. The key to protesting is to have a clear message. Yes, that is very, very important. As we learned from, among other things, the Occupy movement. Nitty Wit, thank you for the 40 currency. Thank you. Joseph Stone, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Madeline Gibson and Andrew Leisure, thank you for the 2 both. Really appreciate those. Panda Panda Still Alive, thank you for the $5. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Ben Garver, thank you for the $10. Union Dues, thank you. You know, I do represent you in a sectoral sense. Malone Miller, thank you for the $20. I'm going to Stockholm next month to watch the 2nd GeoGuessr World Cup. What? Should be a fun distraction from politics for a bit. Hoping to meet Rainbolt, going to get some extra inspiration to qualify to play myself in a few years. I didn't know they had GeoGuessr World Cups, but that's kind of rad. I hope you have an awesome time. I hope you're able to meet Rainbolt. You know, that's actually really cool. Hell yeah. That's really cool. Michael Capellas, nice try. Thank you for the $5. Mint and the Real Ended, thank you for the 2 both. Paisley Jane, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Still alive, thank you for $2. Terminal Sandy, thank you for the $10. Looks like Biden didn't demand the nomination back after all. Trump must be completely crushed. Yeah. Fanta Consumer, thank you for the 2 $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. It was a good send-off from Biden. Endeavors DMB and Mom Molly twice over. Thank you for the 5 all. Very, very kind of you. Info Dump Truck, Nodding Donkey, Bigby, and Elam Adams. Thank you for the $2 all. Fresh Cheese, thank you for the $10. Do you think the Green Party can significantly affect Kamala's chances? The Green Party? No. RFK Jr. is the real third-party spoiler choice this time around. Fanta Consumer and 8-Bit Goonies, thank you for the 5 both. The Dude JB, thank you for the 10. Really, really appreciate that. Hypothetically, let's say K and W win 24. Do you see Donald Trump running in 28 and splitting the ticket? I don't think he could, man. He's pretty fucking old. Session Tomorrow and VJCLA, thank you for the 2 both. The Whitaker and Abner Dwight, thank you for the 5 both. Stephen B, thank you for the $10. One thing that is underreported is that the RNC can never be this lit again. No, yeah. They're hated by, like, broader culture. The Republicans have basically given up any hold they have on American culture, you know? They're completely removed from it. It's wild. Joseph Stone and Session Tomorrow, thank you for the 2 both. A Smoke Detector, thank you for the $10. 51 state sweep, God willing. Totolino, thank you for the 25 currencies. Charlie Markson and Jack of All Trades, thank you for the $10 both. Yeah, the energy at the roll call was incredibly high, incredibly inspiring stuff, at least from like a organizational perspective. S.C. Balk, thank you for the 2 and 5 respectively. Really appreciate that. Hillel Finder, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Agree completely. Still Alive, Lucifer SR, Adrian Najiwan, and Caleb Harris, thank you for the 5 all. Asian Aika, thank you for the $2. Rohan21, still alive and Fanta Consumer, thank you for the $2 all. Likewise, very kind of you. Voo, thank you for the $5. And Zing Forgy, thank you for the $2. Appreciate the compliment from a fellow autistic. Yes, we did it! Chat, we did it! We caught up! Now it's just donations from today. Oh, thank the Lord. Okay, that was the fastest that I could go. I love you.
Hello.
Thank you to everyone who donated. Really appreciate it.
My name is Aftab Pureval, and I am the first Asian American mayor in the great city of Cincinnati.
Whoa, but great.
As a Tibetan refugee, my mom believed deeply in the promise of America. And when I was growing up, she and my dad, who is from India, taught me that when you make a promise, you keep it. For years, politicians came through my city and promised to fix the Brent Spence Bridge, which connects Ohio to Kentucky. Donald Trump was one of them. He did what they all do, press conference here, photo up there, but nothing changed until Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Joe Biden told Cincinnatians, we're gonna fix that damn bridge. And 4 months later, he signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. It gave our city the biggest infrastructure investment in history. It will stitch our communities back together, and it will fix that damn bridge once and for all. That's what leadership looks like. Not hollow promises, but solid progress. Not lip service, but true, honest-to-God public service. And under Kamala Harris, the progress will only continue.
I'm Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson from the great state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, keeping promises is important. So is making amends for your mistakes. One of those mistakes happened 60 years ago in a neighborhood called Bronzeville, brimming with black music, black culture, and entrepreneurship. And then came urban renewal. and the construction of Interstates 94 and 43, ripping our communities apart. 6th Street was widened and people of color were displaced. Homes destroyed, businesses shuttered, all for a quicker commute. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're bringing Bronzeville back. With more green space, bike paths, and walkable streets to serve people who actually live there. The music is coming back. The culture is coming back. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the opportunities are coming back. It's now my privilege to introduce two Milwaukeeans who know firsthand the power of reconnecting our communities, Rashawn Spivey and Deanna Branch.
My name is Deanna Branch, and I'm an advocate and mom from Milwaukee.
Damn butterfly shirt.
When my son, Aiden, was 2, he was hospitalized due to high levels of lead in his blood. Lead was everywhere, in our pipes, in our paint, and in our soil. President Biden
you're fucked.
and Vice President Harris passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's removing lead pipes from communities like ours. As president, Kamala Harris will make sure everyone can drink clean water and be, in Aiden's words, lead-free superheroes.
Fucking wealthiest country on earth.
My name is Rashawn Spivey, the owner of Hero Plumbing in Milwaukee. When President Biden and Vice President Harris announced their goal to replace every lead pipe in America, Hero stepped up to help make that vision a reality. We went to work replacing lead pipes that served homes and child care communities or child care centers in our communities. Since then, we've replaced more than 1,000 pipes. That was made possible thanks to Vice President Kamala Harris. And when she visited Milwaukee 2 years ago, I got to show her our work up close. Because of her leadership, I've grown my business and helped kids like Aiden have safer, healthier lives.
Don't know why, but I feel like
It really is crazy, like, how fucked you are, though, with the lead thing. Like, we don't even have ways to treat it. It's just it's just a permanent thing. It just stays in you forever. Can't just drag a magnet across your head and pull it out or anything. Pretty bad. Pretty bad, not good. Poor Flint kiddos. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
In this election, we have another
Plus, it
opportunity
makes you like a
to
Republican
prosper,
because it makes you
to
stupid and
connect,
angry.
and to unite under the American dream.
I'm proud to support her, President, because I believe she will lead us to a brighter future.
Please welcome Delaware Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Of course, Mighty Chair.
Lisa Blunt Rochester, mother, grandmother, and congresswoman, and hopefully the next senator from the great state of Delaware. The proud home of President Biden. We love you, Joe. In Delaware, we know that when small businesses thrive, communities thrive. We know that when our roads and our bridges are strong, communities are strong. when everyone has a fair shot at a better future, America is limitless. Now, Democrats, we know this, but you know who doesn't know it? Donald Trump. He has.
I actually forget.
With his
Somebody in chat just brought this up, and I'm curious because I don't remember how much negative backlash was there after President Obama drank Flint, Michigan water as a way of saying that the crisis was over when it wasn't. Because I remember the event, I don't remember the backlash to it. I feel like there was a lot. Yeah, I think I remember there being a lot. That was crazy. I remember seeing this on TV.
There you go. You know, generally I have not been doing stunts here, but, you know. And
well, that was a minuscule sip of water, Mr. President.
This used a filter. You know, the water around this table, you know, was Flint water that was filtered. And it just confirms what we know scientifically, which is that if you're using a filter, if you're installing it, then Flint water at this point is drinkable. That does not, I want to repeat, negate the need for us to go ahead and replace some of these pipes, because ultimately you want a system in which you don't have to put a filter on it in order to be assured that it's safe.
It's sippable, yeah. I don't even know if it's sippable.
It's not just a name. It's how I approach my life. It's how I'll lead as Delaware Senator.
Here's a worse
And it's
clip?
how Kamala sees the future of...
Well, I am curious about this.
That's how we invested in community colleges and land-grant colleges like Michigan State. We invest... Can I get some water? Come on up here. Give me some water. For my water. Thank you.
I think this is funny and iconic, but that might be the irony poisoning getting to me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you're effectively visiting a city with a drought and making a big fuss about, like, can you bring me some water? You know?
There are some who think our politics are too broken for bright hope. But if you want to see hope, just look. Bright hope is record numbers of black and brown entrepreneurs starting businesses.
I don't think it's evil. He just wanted water. That's normal and human. I just think it's fun. It's just funny, you know? You should read more about what happened. No. I remember what happened. It was that there was the privatization of the process of updating the water system, and then there was corruption in like the oversight of it, and delays, and the funding went elsewhere, and blah blah, and then it all fell through. It was private. It was like classic case of, you know, vital public services being deferred to private, you know, contracting, and people getting hurt as a consequence of it, you know? Rainbow capitalism? No, it's not. That's not what rainbow capitalism means. Just capitalism. There you say lead poisoning? Well, yeah, the lead is what was in the... Yeah.
Chester, know that name. Know that name. My friend, my sister, and soon to be our senator. I can't wait to work with her in the Senate.
I don't like Cory Booker, and I think a lot of it is just due to the shape of his head.
About the ongoing fight.
It's like a vibe call, you know? I think it's just...
freedom. This is a fight that affects every single American.
He's got a very intense...
No
he does have a very intense
so-called blue states or red states. If Donald Trump has his way, he's going to push through their extreme agenda. Project 1825. I'm sorry. I roll that back. I got that wrong. Project 1925. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, don't overplay it.
Project 2025.
Pipe five.
That poisonous agenda where every single state will be in a state of crisis. So let's hear more from leaders who are fighting back.
It's the rule of three. Anyone else think the rule of three is overrated and the rule of two needs a comeback?
Unity.
Caring for others.
Being able to feel safe.
My choice to vote. The freedom to read what I want to read.
Freedom. Oportunidad para todos.
That's true, Vernon, much more so.
The freedom to love.
Be who I want to be.
For all to be equal.
Live my life.
Freedom means my choice.
IBF. Union strong.
Basic human rights.
Again, the project was joy, and they really ran with it, you know? That was the assignment.
Please welcome New York Representative Grace Meng.
Generations of women fought for our rights. Our right to vote, our right to financial independence, and our right to reproductive freedom. Our mothers and grandmothers marched for us. Because of them, my husband and I were able to choose if and when to start a family. And we have
Say what you want, it's incredible to see people at least trying to uplift queer/trans people politically. Yeah, it is genuinely crazy how in between 2020 and now, the tone has changed from we're passively in support of LGBTQ rights to like we are throwing them in front of the camera, you know? We are like launching them at the screen. It's what's interesting is that it's a defiance of the normal tendency of the Democrats, which is historically when the Democrats are getting pressed on a social issue, they retreat and adopt the moderate position, the median, like they try to find the middle ground or whatever to not incur social backlash, right? There were a lot of voices, like from the New York fucking Times, for example, who were like, yeah, Democrats should definitely scale back their support of this or that or whatever, you know, Democrats should like, oh, you know, I'm not saying they should be homophobic. They should just like dial it back and da-da-da. And thank God they didn't take the advice of those fucking parasites. And they've been really, really active with it. You know, it's quite nice. Oh, we got the Codex.
Tonight, let's talk about freedom, including our most intimate freedom, choosing when and if to have children and have a family.
No one styles the Oxford.
And let's talk about Project 2025, Donald Trump's roadmap to ban abortion in all 50 states. Look, that sounds crazy, but right here on page 562, it says that Donald Trump could use an obscure law from the 1800s to single-handedly ban abortion in all 50 states, even putting doctors in jail. Page 486 puts limits on contraception. Page 450 threatens access to IVF. On page 455, Project 2025 says that states have to report miscarriages to the Trump administration.
Cool.
Page 451 says the only legitimate family is a married mother and father where only the father works. You know what? I'm going to take that one out. I'm going to put that in my pocket so I can share it with undecided voters so they better understand what's at stake this election. Project 2025 would turn the entire federal government and bureaucration into a massive machine. It would weaponize it to control our reproductive and personal choices. Look, as a Redditor, gamer, entrepreneur, and Swiftie from the free state of Colorado,
I guess the cat video was apropos.
I'm excited by Kamala Harris's vision for protecting and expanding our personal freedom, internet freedom, and economic freedom. Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos telling families who can and can't have kids who to marry or how to live our lives. These Project 2025 people, like Trump and Vance, are not just weird, they're dangerous. They want to take us
got a good cadence
backwards,
here.
but we aren't going back, like ever, ever, ever.
Come on.
Let's stop Project 2025 and elect Kamala Harris president this November.
He's embracing a consistent tone. It's done with self-awareness.
Please welcome Florida Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Wasn't the worst delivery. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Hello, America. As a proud Floridian, I bring you a cautionary tale. For the people of my state, Project 2025 isn't just a threat. It's a reality that we battle every day.
She looks like she's from
classroom
Florida. Yeah.
to the emergency room.
Yeah,
Governor
that's
DeSantis turned Florida into a testing ground for the right's most egregious, dangerous policies. I can tell you firsthand, it's been devastating for families in my district and across the state. Today in Florida, state policy requires that kids are taught racist lies about so-called benefits of slavery. Books are banned. Teachers are censored. And our LGBTQ+ community endures endless state-sponsored hate. Even a cruel "don't say gay" school law. Today in Florida, as we grapple with record heat and rising seas, extreme MAGA Republicans deleted mentions of...
Sorry, I fucking hate her, so I'm just gonna... Dude, you seen the fucking Contra drama? Once again, getting numerous death threats from leftists because I said Obama was a good speaker. The last time this happened was 3 p.m. on January 6, 2021, when I made a joke about the tan suit saga. And fucking Zixizi said, "As you should." I guess what's the screenshot everyone uses? They don't want victory, they don't want power, they want to endlessly critique power, was like a devastating blow to the anti-electoral leftists, you know, that like can only be met with jihad. Yeah, it's that and the Walmart, the Walmart firebombing tweets that are like the sort of ultimate. I mean, they get misused. I'm not saying that I defend their use uncritically. I'm just saying that they're powerful weapons against the anti-electoralists. Yeah. This one, in case you don't know what I'm talking about. They don't want victory, they don't want power, they want to endlessly critique power, which is, in fairness, a pretty accurate description of a lot of Twitter leftists, so, you know. Fuck this, TBH, completely inexcusable. Yeah, it's pretty psychotic. It's pretty fucking psychotic, yeah. I don't know about that one. What's an anti-electoralist? A leftist who doesn't think you should vote, like, at all, basically. Why does she still hate you? Because I'm evil or something. I don't... Who cares? They hate us because they ain't us. Why does everyone on Twitter suck? Hold on, I have an account. Why do people abuse Congress? Whoa, hold on. Let's dial it back a little bit, okay? Why do people abuse me so much? You think she's the one who gets the most ire? Have you seen the discourse? Are you kidding me? Which she participated in, by the way. Let's always condition our sympathies here with Okay, maybe someone else like Contra has it bad in an instance, but has she been persecuted and crucified like Christ on the cross like I have? No, actually. We always have to condition that. I am the most crucified leftist, you know? Everyone is Judas. To me, everyone is Judas, actually.
Chaos and dysfunction.
That's the left, in 3 words.
In other words, they don't want Republicans in charge. We're here because we need to elect Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. And giving them a Democratic Congress is how we turn promises into progress. A Democratic majority means...
I mean, you got to think about how the anti-electoralists think about me, man. They fucking despise me. I've heard stories that some DSA chapters have asked new recruits whether or not they're fans of me as like a potential disqualifier. Jesus fuck. The influence that I have in the worst way. Oh, man. Psychotic. It gets real wacky out there. They probably also don't like that ContraPoints line from the voting video. Kamala Harris has built a big lead among women since becoming the Democratic nominee. God damn, that's pretty sharp. God damn. I mean, even with men, it's overall a net gain. My mom is psyched about Kamala? Hell yeah. Tell her I say hi.
Alabama.
Utah.
In 2022, we came within 7,000 votes of the majority. So it's within our power to win these critical races. This election is about
Remember when
our
the Dutch
rights.
leftist group split in 2 because one of them decided to have a convo with you? Yeah, literally. I caused a schism in an actual real-world political party. It was crazy. My abuela, who's very conservative, is voting Kamala. Hell yeah.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz
Listen,
to
when
the
you
White
got a
House.
big
Thank
ass
you.
like me wading through the pool, you leave a big wake, you know? When you've got a fat ass
Please
dumpy,
welcome Minnesota Attorney
you're
General
displacing a
Keith
lot of water.
Ellison.
All right, we have confidence, but do we have well-tailored armholes? The answer is no. That's why your whole suit rises when you lift your arms.
Friends, I'll never forget when I first saw the video of the murder of George Floyd.
Who
I was
starts a
heartbroken.
conversation like that? We just sat down.
I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that,
The guy who sent Derek Chauvin to the
minutes
Shadow
after
Realm.
the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law, and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers
What was
need
that?
lawyers.
Goddamn.
These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. Like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back, we are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America.
Valerie TBH, the main problem with your argument is that you probably should be thinking less of men as an entire demographic. Like you're stopping too early, you know?
They say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza and to bring hostages home. They're listening, friends. They agree with us.
You're not helping.
There are people watching tonight and maybe even here tonight who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all, and let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
The armholes, I'm telling you, the armholes. Yeah, we're going to talk about that at Kumi next chance I get.
Have you ever discussed Special Counsel Mueller or his investigation with anyone?
Mueller, we were talking about this.
Could you repeat that question?
Has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir? Seems you'd remember something like that.
I don't know.
Please answer the question.
Senator, I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not.
I'm not able to
These are some sick
be
William
rushed this
bars.
fast. It makes me nervous.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now. Never mind.
Let's move on.
Okay.
They are like killing it.
Please welcome Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel.
They are killing it with the multimedia approach, you know? Like they are filling the airwaves with every kind of thing. You know, get the like boomer pandering in, get the like kind of cringe millennial everyone cheer in kind of thing, get the Redditor mention, get the gamer mention, get the like TikTok Sigma edits.
Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Let me tell you.
It's very good.
Being Attorney General is a tough job.
No, literally,
right?
Berman. Yeah, huge
But
difference.
As California's Attorney General, Kamala Harris never shied away from a good fight. She's held accountable environmental polluters, sexual abusers, and transnational gangs. But what really stands out is when she stood up and protected her constituents' freedoms. In 2011, she refused to defend California's ban on same-sex marriage. She refused to argue that some families should have fewer rights.
Signed in just to share this. Harris leads Trump by 8 points in key Nebraska district. Well, Nebraska has a split elector count. Like it doesn't all go into one pool. Is she not 8 points ahead in the one that normally goes Democrat? 50% is 442 in the East District. Incumbent the Omaha Council block. Yeah, this is expected. Yeah, this is the blue dot, right? This is the area that we expected to go blue. Yeah. It's a swing district. Is this not normally blue? He dropped out. RFK. No. The thing is on Friday. It has been lately. Normally goes blue. It's only ever gone blue 2 times. Maybe for the presidential, but I mean lately. Okay. Well, I'm happy. I want it to go blue. I think currently it's like 270 to win has a deep blue, right? 270 to win has it listed in the blue. Yeah, see the one blue dot in Nebraska? Nebraska and Maine are the 2 states that have the... Usually it's swing with the trending blue. Well, trending blue plus 8 points is pretty darn good, you know? Light blue can switch. Well, plus 8's pretty darn good then. You know, we want to see that trend continue. Why are they like that? It's you know, the elections are managed at a state level. It's constitution. They decided to have that split. And whole damn thing. Why is Oregon not deeper blue? Because everything in this area right here is Nazis. Holy shit. Democrats are at 267 now. No, I edited the map. There you go. Sure thing.
We know when she takes an oath to preserve, protect, and
I still think you got Wisconsin wrong. You think Wisconsin's going red?
She's actually read it.
I mean, it might. I don't want it to.
The chill appoints Supreme Court justices who will protect our freedoms. And let me tell you, Kamala knows you go from the courthouse to the White House, not the other way around. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Harris is ahead in the rural Maine district that usually goes red. No kidding. Even in ME2?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
I just want to say thank you,
That's cool.
Attorney General Nessel. So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen.
This is expected.
Rachel and John want what every parent wants.
Okay, hold on. It's about the
to
tone.
Hold their child close, to love on them.
What tone are we
keep
going to
them
hit?
safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
Hold strong. This could look how we need to see how bad it's going to be, okay? It might be fine potentially. I don't think it will. I mean, I don't blame them if their son got taken hostage. Like, obviously, they're not the enemy here.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage
No, a lot of them
by
are dead.
Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from
Atheists?
23 different countries.
We're never going to acknowledge atheists.
The
man.
youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases,
Don't be presumptuous, guys. Wait for, if you're going to complain, wait for the bad thing to be said before you complain about it.
On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel.
They've been holding the second shoe up for a while.
In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Jesus, what the actual fuck's wrong with you people? Yeah, you guys really need to like dial it in. So this is, you're doing the like low IQ thing right now, where you are folding like a very complex mixture of political motivations into like everyone is Netanyahu supporter or glorious soldier of the Ayatollah. You know, you need to like not. Obviously, anyone whose kid was put through this situation would be, if given the position or like opportunity to, would be talking about this right now on stage. Like, yeah, a lot of you guys, you seem to be angry at the parents. The parents haven't done anything wrong yet. I mean, maybe they'll say something cringe, in which case you have to wait until after they say the cringe thing to get upset with them. This is not fucking Minority Report. We're not like, so they're just victims. You know Hamas is bad, right? Like they're victims of circumstance here. Yeah, in a broader political sense. Like just imagine if there was like a parents whose white daughter got killed by like a black guy, and they went up to talk about gun violence or something, but because you guys have consumed a bunch of Republican media that was racist as fuck about like, oh, black guys, terror in the inner city, thugs, whatever, like you've consumed that, so you're acting though as though the parents of the white girl are now like agents of that, if that makes any sense. Like you're folding the broader discourse into your assumptions about the parents, but they're just victims in this. They're not, like, they might end up being, like, for example, the parents of the who are at the RNC, the parents of that soldier who got killed in Afghanistan, you can attack those two all you want because they're fucking ghouls. They're not just victims of circumstance. They're like profiting off of and lying about the death of their child so they can get brownie points and book deals and appearances and blah blah in right-wing media, you know? Like they're just toadies, they're stooges, they're dipshits. But you guys need to roll it back a little bit. You need to contain yourselves, okay? You're being weak. You're being very weak right now.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is a humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home.
Yeah, this was always the most likely outcome. Families of the hostages in Israel are anti-Netanyahu. These guys are here not just to share their story, but politically speaking, they're putting pressure on both the electorate and Netanyahu. The idea of like, this is why we need an immediate ceasefire deal to bring the hostages home. That's always been the angle for that. You know, a lot of you guys in chat, you were acting like they were part of the problem. They just lost their kid, you know, like they didn't really do anything, you know? Everyone wants to race to the, well, what about all the Palestinians who are dead? Yeah, I agree. What about all the Palestinians who are dead? But don't like, you know, like that doesn't invalidate the argument here. And like, that's not really their thing to say, you know? Like, I mean, they could, maybe they will, maybe they'll conclude with it. But it's sort of like narratively cohesive the way things are going right now. Play it. I'll play your fucking band. You tell me what to do. You want to get in the hot seat, the chair, this Herman Miller? Get out of here.
And we'll stop the despair in Gaza.
I mean,
we are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love,
I think why
support,
chat is getting
and
upset
strength.
is because it seems unlikely the DNC is going to have a Palestinian family talking about their dead relatives. Yeah, that is very unlikely, and I think that's a valid thing to complain about. But that's not their fault, you know? And there were people in chat being antagonistic towards them. That's the only thing. Again, none of this is me. I'm not denying the broader point here. You just have to aim, you know, correctly, right? Because otherwise it kind of gives the impression that you're mad at them for being upset that their son got yoinked by Hamas, and that makes you look like psychopaths, which makes me look bad, and I have to take care of my reputation. You know, I've done a very good job of that over the past 5 years.
To the hostage families, you've kept us breathing in a world without air.
It is their fault. They could have asked if a Palestinian would also be there. Intelligent donkey, come on. No, that what? The parents grieving their kid, like, can we share the stage with a pet? Come on, dial it back, dial it back. Allowing yourself to be used for a propagandistic narrative is a choice. But the propagandistic narrative in this case is pushing for a ceasefire. I mean, that's okay, right? Like, that's kind of the... I mean, that's a good line to push for. Like, it is a propagandistic narrative. It is politics, but they're pushing for a thing that we agree with. Obviously, I would like it if the DNC also talked about, like, the Palestinian... But keep in mind, the DNC, this whole event is exclusively for the purpose of furthering the interests of the Kamala Walls ticket, you know? This isn't like a broader political address. This is a calculated, orchestrated, intentional effort to further their ascendancy to the White House. The parents, these parents, don't have any authority for how their speech is conducted. Maybe they wrote it, but, like, this is not, like, it's just, it's not on them, you know? All right, anyway, I'll stop pausing.
A surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners.
I don't know. I feel like they're doing... I feel like it's pretty good given the limitations in the format.
In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes. In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza.
See, I feel like, given the circumstances...
The time is now.
I mean, they're not going to, like, launch into a tirade against Netanyahu at the DNC, even if he deserves it. That's not in the cards, you know.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
I don't think Hirsch can hear you. I'm sorry. They're probably not watching the DNC and the Hamas counters, and he is probably dead. There are probably like 5 hostages alive at this point. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be glib. It's just like, yeah. Any Hasanabe heads in Hamas? Oh, I'm sure they're all tuning in for the, you know, elevator music. Anyone else feel like elevator music is a little bit discriminated against sometimes? I feel like it can help you lock it. I miss elevator music. They should go back to playing it. I've only heard it in real life like 3 times. In an elevator, I mean. You know? I think it locks you in a little bit because you're like, oh, I'm heading up to the executive suite where I'm gonna present my case to the boardroom. You know, I feel like it's like, all right, gotta straighten my tie, you know, that kind of thing. I like it. It's all right. Every elevator should play penis music. Yeah. Yeah, hold music too, but it never sounds good because it's all coming in through the phone waves. Check out so-and-so if you like elevator. Well, I like elevator music in the elevator. I'm not talking really about the music itself. I'm talking about, like, I want elevator music. You know? Everything is just a box now. There's no such thing as, like, culture. When you get a new house... When you get a new house, every room in the house is just a box that you put stuff in. An elevator is just a box. Office buildings are just boxes with mini boxes inside the box, you know? Give me flavor, man. Make the elevator box play music. Make a house box have a room that can only be used for playing the piano or something. Give me like an elevated stand in there or like a stripper pole. Add texture to the world.
Jones.
Her
son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings, but she was a woman of invincible joy. And I'll tell you this, I used to ask her, how are you so joyful? And she would always tell me, as church woman, she'd say, the joy I have, the world didn't give it to me. Come on now, come on now. She taught me that you've got to generate the joy, that hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And so tonight, there are so many challenges.
Hold on, sorry, special interest. The conjunction. Andy Kim is speaking tonight at the DNC, and he's got him in the baby suit and dye workwear is like, my man, he looks great. Isn't that cute? Big suit, little suit. I think this is adorable. Godspeed. We'll see you on stage soon.
Has been those folks bringing the rock and roll and the funk, bringing the gospel and the hard rock. Well, tonight we are blessed by one of those great American artists.
Is Andy Kim the super bass guy? I don't think he's super based. I think he's good. I'm not super based is a high category to me. You know, that's high praise. But he's good.
In America, someone to bring the joy to this incredible arena, Maren Morris.
Oh, I see. There was actually a segment that I wanted to go over while we're doing the music with the shiny suit. Okay, so apparently in Texas, there's a ruling that has been issued. You can no longer change the sex marker on your driver's license, even if you have court approval. And if you attempt to, you get put on a registry. No reason stated for why. No order to change both name and gender will be recognized. Effective immediately, the department will not accept court orders from birth certificates that change the text that differ from documentation already on file. The validity of such documents currently under review by office and director ensure all state and federal guidelines be met. If a single court order contains both a name change and a sex change, we cannot accept the order. The applicant will be processed with no charge and with the information on file. Well, a Washington ID probably not subject to the same concerns, Vermin. Not for a while, at least. Yeah, this just happened. So what if they already did accept my name and sex change? I mean, this is happening live. I don't know anything more than what I've already described. But also, they're not revoking already done changes. This just got thrown out there. For now. Yeah, the change was made by the agency, not due to any new law. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Still music? Still music. We should give them back to Mexico. Don't do that to Mexicans. What is this? I attended the Harris Walls event in Milwaukee. I'm thrilled to support the first female president. I cheered my seat for 4 hours waiting for Harris. I did not protest, but because I wore a shirt that said Free Gaza, multiple armed police and Dem officials kicked me out. I even put on a sweatshirt that said Wisdems 2020 and waved the sign when they asked me to. My Gaza shirt was sadly covered with the Dems party member who forced me out, said point blank, the Democratic Party does not want you here. I cannot express how much this hurts. Let this... Here's the sweatshirt I was wearing while they assaulted me and took me out of the event. Assaulted? That's a pretty serious claim. That's unfortunate. Stuff like this does happen, though. You know, when you see people at political rallies with contentious or disagreeable stuff, sometimes this happens, even if it's, like, not necessarily consistently enforced. That being said, I am kind of curious about the details. Assaulted? Multiple police? That seems unnecessary. Not to say she's lying or anything. It could literally just be like, at this venue, one of the organizers got jumpy and pointed at her and was like, yeah, get her out or something. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Either way, pretty cringe, assuming nothing untoward happened. I think she's embellishing, maybe, but I don't want to assume that unless unless I have good reason to.
Testimony to taking on the insurmountable and achieving the impossible. That should bring us joy. Our progress never ever came easy, but in America, we do hard things. We built labor unions and small businesses. We created great public education and world-changing innovation. We nurtured
Why is Corey still here? He's the host of this night of the DNC.
Humanity has ever seen, and we kept the promise of Medicare and Social Security for our
I think
seniors.
it's deliberately hyperbolic for a bit of engagement, but that's it. Yeah, but that also, that's fine, right? I think it's normal for like a regular person, if they get escorted out of a rally where they're engaged, to be pretty shaken up and to describe it in a way that could potentially be a little bit overstated. I don't think that's necessarily indicative of malice or a desire to be dishonest or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe more information comes out, but you know, maybe.
American. We did this by healing rifts, by bridging divides.
There's a person in chat who was a witness.
By
Wait,
pulling
who in
people
chat
together.
was there? At
and
me.
all the
Like,
while,
in chat. Who?
we in this nation lived up to our
And also, why are you
calling
listening to
and
me
our
if you're
creed
currently at the
to be a more perfect union, to
event?
make this one
John
nation
Parvish?
under God a little more.
Literally was annoying as fuck. She got in and wore the shirt for an hour, took it up, and kept screaming Free Palestine. Is that true? She didn't get assaulted. She wasn't doing what she was told. I sat right next to her. She kept screaming Free Palestine. Literally was annoying as fuck. She got in, wore the shirt for an hour, took it off, and just kept screaming Free Palestine. Okay, you know what? Okay, hold on. I have no way of knowing whether or not you're telling the truth, and any proof that I ask for could be okay, hold on. This is the event in Milwaukee, correct? So you were next to her? We're going to determine whether or not this is true based on one thing and one thing only. How annoying is she on Twitter? Tim Time crying emoji heart. No likes. 10,000 followers. Yale Law School. I can confirm that John Parvish is connected from a Wisconsin-based IP. Thank you for that. Really like the shooters and all sides thing. Like, yeah, I have confirmed the location of user John Parvish last night. Yeah, we have them with the code from the Wi-Fi login from the event center that they attended. All right, I mean, I'll take it. Shit. Donate to the PCRF. Hey, I asked you guys to donate to the PCRF before. I mean, a lot of... But also retweeting Kamala is brat from Charlie XCX. Is it possible that she's not like a malicious grifter, but is just generally kind of annoying and oblivious? And we might actually have a rare case of a person embellishing in a way that's politically biased, but also isn't politically motivated? Is that possible? Maybe. I don't know. John Parvish, what was the vibe? Sorry about the little investigator, you know, I just...
Because our soldiers died on beaches and battlefields. They died at sea and in the air so that we could be free today and say together, I believe in America. I believe in America because our fighters fought at Stonewall. Our marchers marched in Selma. Delegates met at Seneca Falls. Every single one of them.
Also, multiple acknowledgments of Stonewall over and over again at the DNC, incredibly based.
I believe in America because King dared to dream the impossible dream, because Neil Armstrong went to impossible heights, and because when we elect Kamala Harris, there is not a boy or girl in America from any creed, color, or heritage that will ever think being President of the United States is impossible again. Say it with me. I believe in America, the land of hope and heroism. I believe in America, the land of courage and compassion. I believe in America, where we share common ground and common cause and one common destiny. And let me tell you, if you believe in America, if you love in America, then you will work for America. And when we work together, when we stand together, when we organize together, when we vote together, I will tell you this, when we fight, we win.
I keep hearing this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Veronica Escobar.
Buenas noches. Like countless Texans, I grew up going back and forth across the border from El Paso to Ciudad Juarez. My family would shop, have dinner, go to the doctor, pick up medicines. The border is my beloved home, the place where my children grew up. Forget what you hear on the news. I'm from there. When it comes to the border, hear me when I say, you know nothing, Donald Trump. His Republican imitators see the border and immigration as a political opportunity to exploit instead of an issue to address. Congress hasn't passed comprehensive immigration reform in nearly 4 decades. The 3 times they tried, Republicans...
Did you see the Nosbol gang showed up at the DNC? Okay. Maybe some people could stand to touch less grass.
Grow potentially to a nuclear world is the pinnacle of. That war machine is draining half of our congressional dollars, costing the average American household $12,000.
makes you a liberal?
Take your fucking mask off.
You a liberal?
If you, no, I'm not a liberal.
Okay,
I'm a
you
nationalist.
seem to like identifying.
I'm a nationalist.
Oh,
I'm not
okay,
a
you're
fucking
Nazi.
liberal. Yeah, I'm a
I
Nazi.
see.
I'm a Nazi now. Get the fuck out of here. Take your mask off.
Why don't you go for a walk?
Fucking fat ass. Go get on the elliptical, guy. Come on, go run.
Fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi now, huh? I'm a Nazi now because I don't agree. Oh, get the fuck out of here. You see how disgusting these people are? And they're like, oh, you're Nazi. Look at that fucking elliptical, guy.
You're Nazi.
Why
don't you go for a walk? Are we not going on in my community? I make are disgusting. They hate this country.
Brother, I don't even understand what the fucking political... What's the relationship between this guy and this guy? I don't even understand what the... I don't even know what the vibes are.
I have a question for you. Who really
They call
wants us?
anyone who disagrees with them a Nazi? Well, that the femboy was waving a Nazbol flag, so I think that calling them a Nazi is warranted. You know, I think that actually follows pretty well. They're waving a flag that suggests it.
And that bill included thousands of new border agents and personnel, new technology that can detect and stop fentanyl, more
Was that a
judges,
femboy? Well,
and
technically the
faster
term is
asylum
porn
processing.
addict,
For the first time in decades, a chance at a real bipartisan solution.
But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down.
They're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please.
He tanked the bipartisan deal because he thought it would help him win an election. Which goes to show Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself.
The real difference is
I was the Attorney General of a border state. In that job, I walked underground tunnels between the United States and Mexico on that border with law enforcement officers.
I want to do that. That
I
sounds
went after
crazy.
transnational gangs, drug cartels, and human traffickers that came into our country illegally. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. So here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law.
The bill fucking sucks, by the way, just so you're all clear. It's like an insanely authoritarian right-wing border bill. Literally all we need to do, well, I shouldn't say all we need to do. It's a complicated issue. But the main thing that we need to focus on is just funding the shit out of the asylum processing, or, you know, infrastructure. So more immigration judges, more lawyers down there, more facilities, all that. Like, that's the main thing we have to focus on. The bill did have that too. The bill had that and a lot of other stuff.
So I just want to let you know, that everything that you just saw in that video, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
I know because I was the Democratic senator who negotiated that bill to secure the border with President Biden and Vice President Harris. I want to tell you...
What's the percent of people who are seeking asylum versus cartels and drug traffickers coming across the border? Drug trafficking isn't really done through undocumented immigrants. Like, why would you, if you wanted to traffic drugs into the country, why would you ever do it using people who the cops are going to basically go after on site, you know? It's U.S. citizens who do it, and they get a lot of money to do it as well. Much like how most of the illegal immigrants in this country, I don't know if it's most of them in total, but like, I think it was like 60% of them are just people who overstay their visas, you know? They're not people who rush up here from the southern border.
He'd lose his ability to divide us, his ability to fan the flames of fear about people who come from different places. Right? You guys know this, right? Hate and division, that's Trump's oxygen. Right? People like Trump and J.D. Vance, they need it to survive in politics. People are saying
crazy.
that they're weird, that they're creepy, and they are weird, they are creepy. But even worse, they're weak. Kamala Harris is not weak. For 20 years, Kamala Harris has been tough as nails when it comes to securing our border. When she was a California prosecutor, she went after drug smugglers, human traffickers. She put 100 gang members away in a single sweep. Trump says that a safe nation can't be an immigrant nation. That's flat wrong, and Kamala Harris knows it. She knows this too. Engraved on the Statue of Liberty is a poem. The last line reads, "I lift my lamp beside the golden door." For generations, that lamp has called people to start a brave new life in America. My ancestors, your ancestors, and the parents of the next President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris knows that we can be a nation of proud immigrants and a nation of strong immigration laws. That's why when she's president, she will bring that border bill back, and Kamala Harris is going to pass it. How do I know this?
It's a Big Tent girl
Because
with a
in
guitar.
this race, there is only one candidate who has ever been willing to do the worthy, redeeming work of making our country better, of recognizing that we do not have to choose between celebrating our heritage and enforcing our laws, right? The beautiful thing about America is that we can be both. We can be a nation of immigrants who love their country and a nation with a secure border. And there is only one candidate. There is only one candidate who can deliver that vision of America, and it's Kamala Harris. Thank you very much, Democrats.
I said earlier that I'm happy that Republicans haven't done the whole, I guess, pull towards the center bit with LGBTQ rights. They've done it with the border for sure, though, 100%.
On the other side of the border,
They've capitulated
the
massively.
traffickers, they pack migrants into 18-wheelers like cattle, 50, 100 at a time. Then they seal the doors. That's when the 911 calls come. We hear them. Desperate, terrified, gasping for air. Now, sometimes we get there in time. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we can't. When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was the implication here that coyotes are just locking people in 18-wheelers and suffocating them, and the cops are arriving to like 100 asphyxiated Latin Americans for fun? Or that happens? Yeah. I mean, usually it happens like if the coyotes feel they get threatened and they flee. He said traffickers? Oh, did he say traffic? I'm sorry, I heard coyotes. I might have misheard. That's my bad then.
He's not there
Different
to help
vibe.
us. Don't think that. Not for a second. He is a self-serving man. I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill, he just made our jobs harder. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail.
What's the difference between coyote and trafficker? Coyotes smuggle, traffickers traffic. Like, coyotes are paid to bring they like undocumented people who want to like sneak into the country, or who want to get close enough that they can declare asylum status before the border patrol get them, or whatever else, you know. Whereas traffickers would be like trafficking for there's a lot of overlap, though. There is a lot of overlap, but, you know, I think that people sometimes misrepresent the proportions here in terms of, like, the trafficking v. smuggling thing. A lot of people who pay coyotes, like, want to be smuggled but end up getting trafficked, but coyotes are exclusive to trafficking people. No, that's not true. A lot of them just get smuggled in. Being a coyote is what Bo the Fifth Column did time for. Yeah, what a wild backstory, you know? Whatever.
Now, down in my neck of the woods, we call that fooling around and finding out. I may be paraphrasing a bit. We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like Kamala. We protect and serve. We enforce the law. We show compassion. And we fight like hell to protect our border. Because as we've always known in Texas, cuando luchamos, ganamos. When we fight, we win.
Please welcome California Representative Pete Aguilar.
I'm Pete Aguilar.
Is this bad rhetoric? I mean, the bill was really bad. Biden's immigration bill. We talked about this, but emergency funding to ICE, a goal of speeding up the review of asylum claims, often by allowing asylum officers to close out a claim rather than going through immigration courts. That's not good. Measure asylum seekers show greater proof to seek refuge in the U.S., ensure their lawyer has transportation. Immigrant advocates quickly panned the proposal, with the ACLU arguing it would eviscerate longstanding protections. Border shutdown. Shutter the border if daily illegal crossings top 5,000 migrants on average, or 8,500 in a single day. What does ICE mean? Immigration Customs Enforcement? The ICE. Like, fuck ICE? Heard that? Border wall. The bill would force the Biden administration to use money already laid out for border barriers on the kind of steel fencing Trump boasted during his tenure. So more wall. Like, unironically, this is like a Democrat-supported build the wall bill. Nationals. Yeah.
President Harris, we can and will do both. As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels.
I keep hearing this.
As president, she will fight for pathways to citizenship. And I can tell you, as the highest-ranking Latino in Congress, our community understands the stakes in this election because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers, and military service members. Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border.
I agree with that, Pareto salad, yeah.
Fix our broken immigration system and unlock economic opportunity for all. And together, we will win. Thank you.
Got it.
I'm a Filipino-Japanese DACA recipient.
I am a third-year medical student, and I am a DACA recipient.
Thanks to DACA, I've been able to open up my own business and represent clients as a lawyer.
So many of my dreams came a little bit closer.
It is disheartening to know that the court system may end DACA next year. And to also hear—
Don't faith girls sell post, Valerie. Do you think the border pandering actually gets anyone to vote down? I don't know, because it seems like a lot of voters are pretty locked in on the idea that Republicans are just better on the issue. But there are a lot of Americans who are concerned about the border. Yeah, it is one of the top matters of concern. Again, I think one of the big issues is that Democrats are enabling the "we need to secure our border" rhetoric, when I think the actual point that should be made is like, no, we don't. Who the fuck cares that a bunch of people are coming in? That's great. That's great. Who cares? They're not committing more crime. They contribute to the economy. It's great. Like, why not? Right? But they concede the point, so now they're arguing on terms set by the right, which I think is bad.
Gente.
Content creator, yo, representation.
My name is Carlos Eduardo Espina. And if 2 decades ago, when my parents immigrated to College Station, Texas, you told them that one day their son would reach 14 million followers on social media, graduate law school, and speak at the Democratic National Convention, they might not believe you.
I don't know who this is, but good for them.
This is the United States of America, the land of opportunities where anything is possible. I know this because daily I interact with people who, like my parents, came to America to fulfill the dreams and ambitions that in their home countries were impossible. People who work hard, contribute to society, pay taxes because, yes, immigrants pay taxes, and love this country deeply. The same people Donald Trump wants you to believe are poisoning the blood of our country. This is dangerous, and it is outright anti-American. Because as Ronald Reagan, a Republican, once said, we lead the world because unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world.
Well,
Reagan knew that welcoming immigrants is not a Democratic or a Republican value, it is an American value.
The more pandering to Latin voters, the better. Please, God.
Immigrant is to be pro-America. And that's why
I didn't know it was that big of a divide in it. Jesus.
And that's why, once elected, she will reject hate and find solutions that make our nation stronger. So let's get her elected. Let's get her elected. And ensure that our country remains a beacon of freedom and opportunity for all. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas!
To me, the most telling sign on how important it is to not buy into the right-wing narrative when it comes to illegal immigration in the United States. Here, thank you for this, Henny. Key findings. Partisans deeply divided, immigration, blah, blah, blah. Republicans support increased deportations, 89%, whereas 87% want the wall. More Republicans want increased deportations than they do the wall, which was the main talking point from Trump through 2016, which tells me, like, deportations are ruinous to a country. You have people who have been living here for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 10 years. It's just hurting people. I mean, it doesn't do anything good. The fear-mongering about illegal immigration is just a race issue. It's not an economic issue. Illegal immigrants benefit our economy. It's not like a crime or law and order issue because they commit fewer crimes per capita than domestic Americans. so you can't say Native Americans, you know, domestic Americans. You know, it's purely, they say it's like a law and order thing, like, oh, you have to follow the rules to come here, but that's like kind of stupid. We have laws for a reason, you know? Oh, it's good to follow the law because it's good to follow the law. Well, what if it's an unjust law? That doesn't matter. You have to follow the law, otherwise you're not following the law. Okay, thank you. Wow, great. High IQ argument. It's largely a race and fear-mongering thing. And if it was actually about following the rules, then why invent this whole migrant crime wave talking point, you know? This, like, fear-mongering, where like, the average Republican seemingly thinks that, like, every illegal immigrant is MS-13 or whatever. Someone interviewed the Nazgul.
What does it mean? A Nazgul is a Nazi communist.
Mentally ill, porn addict. Is this person self-identify as a femboy? Okay, I'm just gonna call it 4chan closeted trans girl who represses and adopts the femboy mentality and lashes out at trans girls for living the life that she's not strong enough to live. Porn addict, degenerate in the sense of, like, you know, the anime, probably like lolicon kind of dealio, and obsessed with extremist political ideologies because it's the only thing that gets the blood pumping. There we go. Got it. Seen a million of them. Not impressed.
Process. Now, he's doing it again. Lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO. To sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants, because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want, because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert,
Bosch calls a trans girl a pedophile live on stream 2024. First of all, self-identified femboy. Second of all, waving a Nazgul flag while dressed as a Astolfo. Are you fucking kidding me?
being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue.
Look at this cute puppy.
Protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy.
Why can't they get the dog on the stage? They had a dog on the stage during the RNC.
You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an
resisting
American.
the urge to boo all across the crowd.
An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever.
Oh, speaking of, you know, since we're on the topic.
And somebody that's been with me from day one, he's a real general. You know, we have the real generals, and we have the fake woke generals that did so poorly in Afghanistan, should have all been fired. But this is a real general, Keith Kellogg, right?
Oh, my God.
On the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy, and the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching.
Oh.
If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
Well, it's a broad pen. They're trying to hit every point they can, you know.
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong.
On a coaster? Okay, I mean...
To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you.
No, he won't.
Down to the Capitol. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
It does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
It's crazy how obvious it all was in retrospect.
Declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised.
It was obvious live. No, I mean, but you forget, I think, sometimes. Like, Donald Trump shouldn't be able to run again. Donald Trump should be in a fucking black site, you know?
Breach of the Capitol! Breach march of the Capitol to the upper level. My kids didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Bring out Penn. Bring out Penn. Bring out Penn.
We can't hold this. We're gonna get too many people. Look at this vantage point, man.
We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck down. We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels. We need to move now.
Copy.
If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP.
H208 with 4 members. The doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the House floor, so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
You really forget how bad it all was, Jesus? Yeah, and never forget, by the way, like, they're 1,000,000%, if they had caught, like, the people they wanted, like Pence or Democratic Congress or senators, whatever else, like, they would have killed them. 100%. There were people in there with handcuffs, weapons, like 1,000,000%. Yeah, they would have lynched him right there. Like, that was 100%. Do not be fooled into believing that the fucking people who were willing to storm the Capitol building would have just, like, seen Pelosi and gone, I disagree with you. Like, what do you think? Like, seriously? No, they would have. They were gonna lynch him. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean full pardons with an apology to the many, an apology. They were peaceful people. These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
The one good development between then and now is that then Donald Trump was president and now Biden is. And I have a feeling that if anything like this happened again, they would hit the big red button that activates the laser beams that sweep across the area around the Capitol building, you know? Like, it's Washington, D.C. They have a lot of red buttons. It's like a whole... It looks like a fucking studio in there, you know? Yeah, the orbital cannons. Yeah. Hold on, Avash. That would mean Biden would have to take action, be based. I don't think you have to be that based to not let yourself be killed. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a really low bar. I'm pretty sure the average Democratic member of Congress, if they had been in front of the big red button on January 6th, would have slammed it down hard enough that they would have broken their wrist, you know? The sprinklers hooked up the gas, like the button that unleashes all of the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics on the crowd, you know?
Please welcome Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson.
like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you've just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy.
I gotta piss real quick. Good
God
luck, chat.
they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud.
That's true.
He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now, he's plotting again. His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
Oh man, we're committing to it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result of January 6 made on that day. My name is Aquilino Ganell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6th, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol. They taught me that it's sacred ground, a symbol of our democracy. When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, "Do you like the Capitol?" And my oldest son, Austin, said, "I love the Capitol, and lowercase too." They are so sweet. But shortly after, we saw something unimaginable. A mob tearing down flags, assaulting police officers. That night, I walked into the rotunda. The floor was covered in broken glass and garbage, strewn with the chaos unleashed by Donald Trump. And I thought to myself, how did it get this bad? So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed a trash bag and started cleaning up. What I learned on January 6th is that all of us are caretakers for our great republic. We can heal this country.
I kind of wish one of them would talk about the electoral plot. I actually agree with that. The mob on the Capitol is the easy thing to point to. But to me, the scariest part of the coup attempt then and the upcoming one, like what's happening in Georgia, is hardcore loyalists in elector positions and state level election boards who are basically openly saying that they are, and in the courts as well, who are basically openly saying like they are loyalists, they are going to like facilitate a coup attempt, you know? They're by far the more dangerous of them. They're just the less obvious, you know?
But only if we try. Many of you are doing your part through your voices and your votes. Always remember, this chaos that we see, it doesn't have to be this way. As a father, I refuse to believe that our kids are doomed to grow up in a broken America. There is a hunger right now in this country for a new generation of leadership to step up. Let's choose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
I think the main thing that I like about Andy Kim is that I think he just looks like a goober. He looks like a dork, you know? He's got a big head and a little body, and he doesn't have like a slick haircut or anything. He looks like a goober, you know? Yeah, it works for him. Yeah, you know? I like it. It's endearing.
Please welcome Olivia Juliana.
Hello from a proud Texas Democrat. This November, I'll cast my first vote in a presidential election ever. The fact is, our right to vote is under attack. I've seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote, but we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedoms. She's fought for our voice, but we will only be heard if we vote. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our democracy and cast our ballots this November for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Biden dead ender. Is that where I recognize her from? This person was the shit lib who was yelling at people saying Biden should step down. She wanted Shapiro. She was a Biden burnout to the last day he stepped down. She actually sucks them out. Oh, okay, nice. The DNC rewarding traitors.
I love you. I just want to say I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
And every song that I've sang, every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts, win the disenchanted, win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency.
They got Kid Rock at the RNC.
To get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear. Clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? Yeah. We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach a higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Monsky, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Dancers, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your hands like this, everybody.
All right, I won't mute it.
Clap, clap, clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're gonna have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing it with me. Come on. People.
You sing.
Keep
on lying. While your people keep on dying. Whoa, keep on turning. 'Cause it's always home. Oh yeah. So time running, let me try it again. It's the last time I've ever
Sorry, I don't know anything about Stevie Wonder.
gonna keep on trying till I meet my Somebody
Bosch, sing for us. Sing what? My damn headache came back.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
I couldn't see the rest of y'all, but from back, Nebraska was getting down. Stevie's song is powerful, but so was his words. He said courage over complacency. He gave us a call in his remarks. But now I gotta tell you, the party is gonna keep going. We're just getting started, y'all.
I
and
know.
This is a segment that I am very, very excited about. Because it might be Wednesday night, and we might be in Chicago, but it's starting to feel like something I've wanted to say my whole life. Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Wait, what?
Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
This is not going to help with the headache. They gave him the
What's
codex.
up, DNC?
All right. Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped a page out of it? This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is a, boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
All right, do we got Matt here with us tonight? Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada.
and you make a decent hourly wage. Is that right? Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt? So who's going to fix it?
Is it a bit? Who knows?
Keep speaking, Matt, till we can hear you. Okay, that's good. I guess we're going to move on from Matt.
Goodbye, Matt.
And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Keenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good.
Sent his ass to the damn
Now,
void.
Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Oh.
Woke.
That's amazing. Very, very cute.
Thanks.
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us?
I assume these are SNL cast
And your people are with us as well? All right,
who are
good.
calling in.
Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris,
not?
I only pay
Oh, okay.
$35 a month for my insulin.
That is great. That is great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk to Anita. Anita, are you there? Yes. Hello, Anita.
Hello.
And Anita, what do you do for a living?
I'm an OBGYN who delivers babies and does surgery.
An OBGYN?
What a coincidence. This is so bizarre.
She is an
It's kind of
OBGYN
funny
that
how
delivers
off kilter
babies.
it is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah. It's bad news, isn't it?
It sure is. On page 459, Project 2025 resurrects a law from the 1800s called the Comstock Act to ban abortion nationwide and throw healthcare providers in jail.
Oh my God. That is awful.
Yes, it is awful. All right, let's do one more. Is Sharia with us? Sharia, are you there?
Hey, Keenan, I'm here.
Yes, Sharia, I love it. All right, let's talk to you. I understand that you work for the federal government?
Yes, sir. I'm in the United States Department of Education. I'm a proud civil servant.
You're
and a proud union president.
This Department of Education under Trump's second term, you're
She
going to
works for the
die.
Department of Education, and she's a proud civil servant. Well, unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
I'm
It's
just
incredible.
asking.
Every line delivery is like a little bit off. It's
also,
actually
page 319
It's like
calls for the
liminal.
complete elimination of the Department of Education. There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all we have time for at the moment. Just remember, everything that we just talked about is very real. It is in this book. You can read it online at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. And most importantly, you can stop it from ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
What did Matt do? Matt showcases the ultimate consequence of Project 2025 being enabled. You get sent to the Shadow Realm, which is exactly what happened to him. His voice was taken, next his life. This is, very, Ghostbusters.
Please welcome award-winning producer and writer, Mindy Kaling.
Good for your headache. My head is throbbing.
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
It's Uptown Funk. I know it just sounds a little
Welcome to the third night of the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, who is this
My
one?
name is Mindy Kaling. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I am an incredibly famous Gen Z actress.
Oh, Vel? Oh, really?
Who you might recognize from The Office. Thank you, The Mindy Project. Or as the woman who courageously outed Kamala Harris as Indian in an Instagram cooking video. Yes, you're welcome. I am so proud to be here supporting my friend. But the real reason I am here is that deep down, I truly believe that as a woman of color and as a single mother of 3, it is incredibly important that I be appointed ambassador to Italy. That's how this works, right? That's like why I'm here. I've never been, I'm dying to go. And guys, I just really need a break. I know it's not the
it was
priority
fine without
tonight,
the
but just think about it.
elaboration.
I am actually here because I have known the Vice President for a long time, and I want to tell you a story about one of the first times I ever met her. She wasn't Madam Vice President then. She was my senator, and we were filming a video where she came to my home to cook dosas, a South Indian dish. Yes. It's not every day that a senator comes over, and I was pretty nervous. But when she arrived, we immediately hit it off.
Better.
We talked about the love we have for our moms, who had both passed away from cancer. Both of our mothers were immigrants from India who came to America and committed their lives to serving others. My mother, Swati, became an OBGYN. Thank you. Kamala's mother, Shyamala, became a scientist with a PhD
right
who
there.
dedicated her life to trying to find a cure for cancer.
Sneeze on that thing. Oh man, that like hurt my stomach.
And after speaking
That was
to
like
Kamala, it was clear to me that Shyamala had passed down the same optimism and fearlessness to her daughter.
Yo, holy
But the
shit!
thing I
I just
remember the
realized I don't
most
give a
about the
shit
Vice-
about this lady.
Over again until joy
Hello, Hakeem Jeffries.
comes in the morning. Must continue to speak up. Back the
Wait, we're catching up a little bit, okay? I saw who's here.
You want to go outside today?
Yes.
Want to go put your shoes on?
Yes.
Let's go outside. Ruby is 2 years old. I'm starting to think, will she be an iron worker like her dad?
Is Hakeem Jeffries the dress sneakers guy? Yeah, that's why we're not listening to him. He's trying to popularize the worst shoe trends since
Donald
fucking
Trump
Chinese
talked a
foot
big
binding.
game about bringing jobs back to America, but it was all talk. Like Foxconn.
This is the 8th wonder of the world.
Foxconn, by most estimates, has not even come close to meeting expectations.
This whole project was a scam. He is not looking out for the residents. He's looking out for himself.
You know what Trump delivered? $2 trillion in tax cuts focused on his billionaire buddies and big corporations.
Now you're rich as hell.
It makes me angry. Billionaires don't pay their share of the load. And he wants to do that again. Trump talked a massive game about infrastructure. What a joke.
We call it Infrastructure Week. Infrastructure is the easiest of all. We're going to get this infrastructure going.
Trump was too incompetent to get it done. Who's he looking out for? Not us, not my family. You know who got it done? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Biggest infrastructure package in history. Infrastructure is just a fancy word for jobs. Not just union workers, but for everyone. Small businesses are booming. Communities are starting to thrive again. I wish it was faster. The prices are easing. Kamala Harris helped deliver the largest job growth in American history. Wages are higher. Manufacturing is booming. We're building roads, bridges, airports again.
No.
That's a fact. And we have health care.
When our middle class is strong, America is strong.
Kamala's goal is to rebuild the middle class for families like mine.
Please welcome the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
He ruined everything. The only thing he did right was bomb Serbia. And even that he could have done more of. Friend of FC, yep. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Hillary forced him to do that. Forever, my favorite anecdote about Bill Clinton is that after the Monica Lewinsky scandal, Hillary Clinton spent 8 months cold shouldering him, not talking to him, and broke that silence to encourage him as his as Secretary of State to bomb Serbia and bring an end to the persecution of the ethnic Albanians. That's what she was willing to reach out again for, and she was right. Iconic, yeah, a good wife guy move, and he did it. He did it for his relationship. He did it for the Albanians. He did it for Kosovo, and they still have a statue of him to this day in Kosovo. Yeah, sorry, she wasn't Secretary of State at the time. I blanked and mixed up time. She was First Lady.
After the last 2
she's
days,
still, yeah.
Aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage.
Damn, his voice is gone. He always sounded
And I
like
hope
this.
they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And,
we love our wife, guys.
But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him
Good
president.
delivery.
And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it.
And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden.
We do hate him here. Do remember that.
Thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations.
Younger than Biden.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
Yeah, Joe Biden stepping down means you get to attack Donald Trump for being old now. Thank God.
Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that.
What's with them and
Two
quoting
leaders
St. Paul every time he kept the faith?
With
I don't know, but
all
Bill Clinton
Americans,
is known
but
to be
still
black.
improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring.
Wow.
And the third
The president
thing
is an elected official?
That every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them.
Remember, this guy's younger than
Here
Biden.
are our opportunities, seize them.
Remember the bullet we dodged.
Here are our fears,
The nuke we dodged.
ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come
The nuke
true.
we parried.
A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people.
This man personally ruined late-night talk shows for a generation. Lewinsky was all the TV talked about for like 10 years. Yeah, in case you ever want to... I feel like if you went back long enough, like even just to the 90s, the position of the average liberal when it comes to like, I don't know, especially gender politics, it would be to the right of what Republicans are doing today. Holy shit. Like, even up until relatively recently, no one talked about anything but Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky sucks dick. Monica Lewinsky sucks dick. Like, it was the funniest thing in the world. It was genuinely like mass psychosis. You know? It was insane. Monica Lewinsky is actually pretty darn cool. You know, she talks about this stuff a lot.
The other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, "How can I help you?" I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
We finally got there, folks.
Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons...
I'm sorry I'm not talking much. He's not giving me much to work with here. You know, we don't like Bill Clinton. He's just kind of warbling right now. I don't know. He's not politically relevant anymore. Unlike Hillary Clinton, he doesn't like actively engage. He's just sort of yapping. So, okay. I mean,
thank you.
He's like a monster and a pedophile, but he did bomb Serbia, so is he good or bad? No one can really say.
One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or
he used to be quite
something
charismatic.
Going on here, there, or yonder, but Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, What does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes.
He's fucking ancient Jesus.
His
and still younger than
vendettas,
Biden.
his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times.
This is crazy boring for a fucking...
What's the...
Do you care? This is crazy boring for like a former president's... I'm sorry, I'm trying to like... I'm half here, I have a headache, you know, I'm waiting for like a hook, you know, like is there anything that's going to be said that I can go like, you know, here's some information, here's a perspective, here's an argument. And it's like, yeah. Robot clapping. You're not human.
I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team.
Jesus, man. That's what I'm waiting for. Tim Walz accepts his vice presidential nomination today or tonight. So that's the main thing that I'm kicking for, you know? I didn't know he'd be this damn boring. Fuck, he used to have some charisma. If you want something remotely interesting, a Twitter space from the uncommitted national movement. Oh, wait, hold on. Twitter bugs the fuck out. 1 second. Oh, it's video? Okay, it looks like they're having fun out there. Own that fraud, Hassan. Wait, what is this?
You know I was at the protest yesterday, right? I was at the protest 1 day ago, brother. Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say? Get out of here? You think I'm your fucking enemy? You think I am against Palestinian emancipation? Honestly, get the fuck out of here. Fucking child. What do you mean, honestly, no? Why are you chirping at me then? Don't call me a fucking child. Because you're being a fucking child. Be an adult. Think clearly. Dumbass. Oh, he does. And I agree with him. And I agree with him. So why the fuck's he yelling at me? Hey, what's up?
See the importance of a cropped shirt, guys? See? You're sort of maintaining a classical proportion and the rule of thirds. Notice how this is cropped here at the waist?
Hey, what's up? Sure.
I appreciate you staying on topic. Yeah. I mean, it's just one person like yelling at Hassan. You know, it happens. I can't go to any of these fucking public events, man. Do you have any idea how many people would try to kill me if I should? I go to like an uncommitted move. I'm supportive of Palestine. I raise fucking $250,000 for PCRF. I'm fully in support of that. You know, I'd get, yeah. They'd get my ass. Well, I don't think they'd get my ass, but they definitely called me mean things, you know? Me arriving at the uncommitted protest with a propane tank strapped to my chest.
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say.
You should make that cropped shirt bit a YouTube short. It's important. No one understands it, and they make all these shirts too long because they hate you and they want you to be ugly, you know? I got an Ironheart tee recently, and look, it's cropped, see? Without any shenanigans. The shirt falls like an inch below my my hips, which is like a good crop point, see? And it looks good.
Want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead.
MySpace angle? It's a picture I took. Is that really you? Yeah?
She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park.
A cropped shirt can expose the belly, though? Well, then don't crop it that short. Like, don't crop it to the belly, you know? Crop it to the hip line.
As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at
crop
them walls,
100% cotton tee with scissors? Well, yeah, obviously you can cut it. It's your choice to. You're not going to have like a proper hem, but that can be okay. Kind of depends on the material. Dude, he's so fucking boring. And he skipped left. Oh God, he keeps going for like multiple more minutes. Holy shit, dude.
He became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight.
All right, I'm going to try it.
That's happy. Triggering doubt. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know.
We're caught up.
We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us.
I mean, I get it. He's a two-term former president, but also he's boring. Fuck.
I'll be doing my part. You do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted.
Carmelo.
God bless you. And God bless America.
Oh. Yay! Behold, the reason why Democrats can't attack Donald Trump for being a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Thanks for bombing Serbia. Yeah, thank you for bombing Serbia. Okay. Okay. Oh, man, we're really sticking with this one, huh? Okay.
A shout out to the amazing delegation from my home state,
Do we have to?
Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts.
Okay, no. What are these links that I was given? Trump rally. Oh, a Trump rally with Mark Robinson. That's right. This is the Nazi. This is the guy who said that he just straight up needs to kill your ass.
Get him the hell off the stage, because I guarantee they didn't have this in mind when they built this.
Called him fat. All right, that's good at least.
How are you feeling about the election?
I'm really concerned about the commies.
Who are the commies?
That would be Kamala and everyone supporting her and wanting to put forth her agenda. She wants government to be involved with regulating the economy.
How is that coming?
Nancy Pelosi speaking. Is that meant to incentivize me returning to the DNC? I guess she is like the architect of our victory right now, so sure. They're gonna build statues of her, folks.
Hello, California. Hello, Maryland.
It's not California. You're in Illinois.
Hello, Democrats. On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all.
She's drunk.
Thank you, Joe.
She is 84. Like all powerful people in the Democratic Party, she is ancient. Yeah. She's just 84. Honestly, she looks pretty good for 84, but that's, that's work for you. And she's made a lot of money insider trading, so, she's using some of that to her benefit, I guess. Yeah, I genuinely, Nancy Pelosi is the person I most want, like, insider info on. I really just want to know what shifted in her brain to make her go from being, like, the defender of the neoliberal establishment to like the fucking playmaker of the century, It's crazy. Kenneth, stop adding me for everything.
And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president.
You ever see Nancy Pelosi at the beach? Oh, yeah.
I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election.
They're gonna build statues of
he returned
her.
to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did.
I wonder if her husband being
And
attacked
thank
actually.
God.
Do you think someone in I forget who, but somebody in chat suggests that. I wonder if her husband being attacked actually was one of the big factors in this big switch up. Like, I don't know. Can you imagine? She's been one of the main proponents of like establishment, reach across the aisle, bipartisan neoliberal consensus for decades. One of the strongest voices in the Democratic Party, pulling things back towards the center, and then some far-right maniac tries to kill you, nearly kills your husband, and everyone on the right thinks it's hilarious. I can imagine that would be like a Joker moment for a lot of people, even people who are like pretty insincere and establishment pilled, like she is. You know, that would be like a. If there was anything in her that sincerely believed in bipartisanship up until that point, that probably would have killed it.
We had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Banger line, Speaker Pelosi.
Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Onward to victory. It's very aggressive language. All right, Pelosi. March. We're doing our own January 6th. We're doing our own August 21st. March to Mar-a-Lago from Chicago.
Please welcome Alexander Hudlin, Jasper Emhoff, and Arden Emhoff.
Hi. Kamala Harris is our auntie.
Okay.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to
Who are
be
these kids? Not even
concerned.
C-SPAN knows.
Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal, to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Win on that thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Latifah Simon.
Latifah Simon, and I am running for Congress.
That's Snowson.
And I'm here tonight to tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm gonna tell you. When Kamala Harris was the district attorney in San Francisco, California, teen mother running an organization working to end sex trafficking among beautiful young women and girls, to build the self-determination and power among those girls. And Kamala learned about the work that I was doing, and she asked me to join her team. And I joined her team. She saw my potential, my commitment, and the good work that we could do together. And I saw her. I saw Kamala Harris holding the hands of sexual assault survivors. I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence, lining up day after day at the courthouse, waiting only to speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them, because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story, she carries it with her. When she sees you, she truly sees you.
Okay.
She truly sees you. She is the best among us. After working with Kamala Harris day in and day out for 5 years to create programs that supported young people to get out of the criminal justice system once and for all, with good jobs, with opportunity. She wanted to get to the root cause of a broken criminal justice system. I saw her chip away. She came early and she left late every single day because, you know, like those mothers, like those sexual assault survivors, when she goes into that Oval Office, when she goes into that
Okay, we need to have a PSA, okay? Someone in chat misspelled the lady's name and then said, oh, I misspelled her name. Chat, I must be racist, or chat, I might be racist or something. And I get that the bit is like, oh, because you misspelled the name of a black woman, that means you're like, I get the bit. But out of context, if you just type, and this is what I saw, chat, I might be racist, while black women speak, you need to think! Think always, how will my chat message look on Vosh's live stream? Okay, that's what you need to think. You need to always think that it's on screen. There's nothing even wrong necessarily with the joke or anything, like properly contextually formatted, but you need to just remember that you're on screen. Okay, just remember that.
Oval Office.
My God.
I guarantee you she will take all of us with her. All of us. The single mothers, the disabled veterans, the low-income folks who are dying to survive, the immigrants who are trying to work towards the promise of America. She will take us all. The farm workers, she will take us all with her. All of us.
The messianic rhetoric here.
Is the Kamala Harris that I know so deeply. That is the Kamala Harris that I love. A woman of the people. A woman, a fierce woman for the people. Good night, Democrats.
Well, that was amazing.
Please welcome former U.S. Associate Attorney General of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
Tony Eastwest.
35 years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best
Holy
friends.
shit.
But
I just remembered that I don't care. Okay, what are these links? Breaking, a source tells me the DNC has said no to the uncommitted movement putting a Palestinian voice in the convention stage to speak. There had been negotiations underway. Hope this isn't true. Waiting to hear more. That's not surprising. So they're saying no to the uncommitted movement choosing the speaker? That it's not surprising to me that they would turn that down at all. That would be I'd be shocked if I heard, like, after the fact that the DNC essentially allowed, like, a protest org to put yeah, I mean, obviously I want a Palestinian voice to speak in the convention stage. It's just unsurprising to me. And also, what the hell is this? You're burning a hole in my tabs.
How are you feeling about the election?
I'm really concerned about the commies.
Who are the commies?
That would be Kamala and everyone supporting her and wanting to put forth her agenda. She wants government to be involved with regulating the economy.
How is that communism?
Well, just the government control and regulation of the economy.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what you mean by communism. You don't think she's just trying to correct, like, what's happening with the economy? And are you willing to give her a chance?
Absolutely not.
How are you feeling about the election?
I'm excited.
Why?
I think that we have the right candidate at the right time.
Yeah.
She is more than qualified.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This gentleman right here, see that guy?
Yes.
He said she's a communist.
You know what? There's so much false information.
And control our economy. She wants, she's using this excuse about price gouging when this is really just a supply and demand thing.
I disagree.
What?
Okay.
And I think that this is a great thing about our country.
That government even has
raise and lower interest
up doing some work in here pays for me.
We don't have enough people in your.
Nice. Communism prevails. As it always does.
night. Now, it may seem small, but that's That's what it
I'm
means.
sorry,
to
Imperatius. Did
stand
you
up
just
for
link the same
justice.
thing multiple times?
That's
Be
what
gone
it
with
means
ye.
to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As district attorney, attorney general, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you.
Yeah, we're just in the category of people, like, saying Kamala Harris is super cool and nice. Police raid Andrew Tate's home. I know. Go back to the beginning of stream. RFK will drop out, endorse Trump. I know. Go back to the beginning of stream. Is his fit good? Stop asking me if people's fit is good. If I have something to say, I'll say it. I should start banning people for asking that. You motherfuckers are more obnoxious than me. And that's difficult.
Against any one of us is a crime against all of us.
The work that she did as Attorney General was taking on issues to help people who were trying to make a life for themselves and their families.
When Kamala Harris came into office in 2011, the most urgent economic crisis facing communities
Yeah, the speeches today have been
California
relatively whatever compared to the past 2 days, but we also had the big roll call yesterday, and I mean, Obama spoke, right? The last day will presumably be more energetic than this one, but we're getting walls at the end. Today's been very neoliberal. I mean, to be fair, the entire first day was union stuff. So I guess it makes sense that, you know, they're balancing it out. Half the second day, too. Perfectly balanced, yeah.
Every American is worthy of the promise and the prosperity of this country. And every time Kamala has run for a bigger...
Your chat is autistic. Their fixation is having the same opinion you as fashion. No, but you can't keep asking for the same identical boring suits. Like like chat's like, dude, what's your opinion of this fit? And it's all the same suit problems. Armhole too low, collar gap, not proper. Like, it's the same thing every time. You've nothing, like, you're asking, fit opinion on this. It's all the same. If I had something to say, I'd say it. You think chat would have learned to ID these things by now? Yeah, well, I'm not expecting miracles from you guys. That's because they're making fun of you. But yeah, but they're actually making fun of themselves because it indicates they're not capable of, like, basic pattern recognition. You know what I mean? Like, they're indicating they're not even capable of, like, finding the points that you can make fun of me for. No, Palon, they're not being gay about jackets. They're pestering. There's a difference. Walls is supposed to speak in 30 minutes. Please, God, let it come quickly. I'm gonna come. Please. I don't know, Benoif. Can't go back in time. I already played this one. Blessed silence.
Please welcome Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
Do we have to?
senator, I was Nevada's attorney general. And that's when I met Kamala Harris, my colleague in California. Now, we bonded over many things. And working together, I quickly learned what kind of person she is. She is a strong leader.
I agree, Annie.
Here's how I know.
It's sadistic.
As AGs,
Sick.
we took on the big banks after the foreclosure
She just
crisis.
finished the speech. Please skip. Yeah, I don't really care. Nice. We did it. We speed ran.
Please welcome
Damn, she's thick.
Pennsylvania
Okay, for
Governor
that one, Kenneth, you're
Josh
taking a break.
Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro. Hey, and he's not mad. And he's not he wants you to know, please put it in the papers, he's not mad.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm not mad.
2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination.
Already bored.
Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this.
I'm so fucking glad they didn't go with
freedom
this
to
guy.
tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is.
Am I crazy or is his mouth upside down? Holy shit, Herzberg. Oh my God.
Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and
Fucking
know
third
that
eye.
this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for.
Rotate the screen.
You know,
I could.
Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us.
Okay.
It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and
Actually,
on
a
our
little
For
bit
You
terrifying.
pages around 3 basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen,
Do the Spider-Man scene? Okay.
we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
And I'm not mad.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history, Amanda Gorman.
I remember you.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure.
You people are genuinely
Divided,
embarrassing.
Endure,
You make me feel like I have to hide
we
chat
can endeavor to
whenever there's a woman
humanize
on
our
screen.
democracy
Like actually.
and endear democracy
Like it's not funny.
humanity.
You don't temper it with comedy at all.
And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together.
Oh my God.
Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, one, from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
Is this a poetry slam? No, she's a poet. Oh, you people are gonna make my headache come back.
There's a word I heard. The word is called freedom. Can you tell me what it means?
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
The spirit of freedom.
For me? Oh, yeah. Freedom, to me, means choice.
The ability to laugh with friends.
Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go.
Living your life day to day. Having new chapters in that life.
I believe in having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
The idea that I can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to, being able to, support the missions that I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, it's the one place where you can accomplish more.
The big, fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is having opportunities, having opportunity to go to college if you want to, having opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's
Don't make
good
jokes.
or
This
not.
person is experiencing the pain of viewing BGG
We
chat
are
for
in
1
an
minute.
incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped
they're able
of
to
their
talk
most
at all is a
fundamental right to autonomy over their bodies.
The freedom to make choices about your body, your life, your career should be entirely in your control.
But I have found that good people want to do good things.
That you find a way to move forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
The work to build a better future really depends on all of us coming together.
We have to bring back that respect for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come together as one big nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children and future generations to ensure they have just as many, if not more, freedoms than we had.
I believe in a future where my mom can feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet, where families are not separated by fences or jail bars.
A future in which we all get what we need. I want to see that for people
who are younger than me.
Hopefully the kids I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that he knows that he's covered and protected.
Everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation. It's our responsibility. It's what we have to do.
My name's Tyler.
My name's Yvette.
And we believe in love.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
My name is Steven. My name is Charlie. I'm a proud 7th generation Texan.
I am from Waterford, Michigan, just north of Detroit.
I'm from East Tennessee.
And we believe in the American dream.
We believe in a better world for our child, and we believe in this country.
My name is Karen, and I believe in justice.
My name is Nancy.
My name is Thoreau.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana.
My name is Todd.
And we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom to work together.
That was a pretty well put together rap. Wait, what was
Please
that?
welcome Oprah Winfrey.
No kidding. What was I muted for? So, step one is realizing that you can't be cringe, but step two is that whining about chat being cringe is also cringe, because then it's like one person says something cringe and then 50 people are like, chat, come on, and then you're actually the problem now. So in reality, like, just shut the fuck up. Doesn't that make you the cringiest of us all? Yes.
Everybody! Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love, people who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and California. And
You should consider not using the R word casually. I'll consider it.
I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods,
I've been there,
to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not,
remember that interview?
what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that
Hold on, just a quick flashback. Oprah Winfrey, I remember this, did an interview in a Klan town, Forsyth County, Georgia, where no black person had lived for 75 years. This was back in '87.
They don't want to.
You say that we have black people and we have niggers. So what's the difference between a black person and a nigger to you?
I've talked to black people. Black people, they don't want to come up here. They want to, they don't want to cause any trouble. That's a black person. A nigger is the one, just like Hosea Williams, he wants.
She's been in it for like a long time, man. A long ass time. That takes courage. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think I remember like an article. I mean, there were like people threatening to lynch her for coming to the town and interviewing the town folk too. There was a base. Where's the base lady? Can we get like a positive? Is it shown here? Is it her?
Audience. Some blaming the media.
You come and you only focus on this county. What about the other parts? What about the Dunwoodies and the
No,
other
not her.
An audience.
It really makes me feel ashamed of the way people can act. You know, it's just a disgrace.
The news media is deliberately covered.
There was a lady there who did did an anti-racist screed. I don't remember which one.
I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady,
God, JD Vance turned out to be such a fucking liability for them. It's so funny.
well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this,
she's super charismatic, Dan. Oprah?
if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon,
don't forget she's also responsible for the destruction and theft of hundreds of acres of indigenous land.
Soon and very soon,
I mean, yeah, she's a billionaire.
We're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants.
Also, everyone fucks with Hawaii. It's okay.
How this child grew up to become the 47th President of the United States. That is the best of America. You know.
Democrats got patriotism and national divorce.
This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all.
Weird to directly call out the undecideds when
in leadership and in life.
The uncommitted people are protesting right outside.
You know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense.
I hate this liberal nonsense. Yeah, me too. But, whatever.
Because that's the best of America.
One more day of this and then I'm free.
And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor, and let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris.
All these words and nothing of substance. Yeah, but it's Oprah, so I'm not expecting anything different. I mean, for a lot of the people here, it's just like, I mean, Stevie Wonder also didn't say anything of substance.
Here's what I want people to know about Tim Walz.
Well, everybody at Mankato West High School loved Tim Walz.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was jovial.
When he would start teaching, it was like full contact teaching. You could not help but be interested in what he was talking about.
Full
he seemed to care about everybody in his class.
He knew everyone's name.
He wanted to know what interested you, how to engage you, what you were excited about, what you're feeling bad about.
Mr. Walz was my geography and social studies teacher.
Mr. Walz was my football coach.
My middle school basketball coach.
When we were doing the high school play The Nerd, he was the person building the sets.
I don't think that there has ever been a moment where I've seen Tim exhausted from giving or engaging. He always seems like that person that's got the never-ending gas tank who can keep going.
When I decided to come out as gay, we started the Gay Straight Alliance. Tim Walz was the faculty advisor.
We saw him not only as a teacher, but a mentor and a leader.
Mr. Walz was a really big part in helping build this community, and he's a big reason why I became a teacher myself. It was inspiring being in his classroom.
Please welcome Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
Please, God, put Tim Walz on. I'm tired.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship, the length of 3 football fields,
I think we still have this guy, Buttigieg,
slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed.
The RNC was better because it was
Thousands
shorter.
of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they
Why
no
don't you
longer
just
had
skip
a
a little,
job.
man, into the future?
6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs.
I will not celebrate 17-year-olds getting their moms to sign them into the Army.
I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey.
This guy's pretty damn good towards Baltimore. Well, I went to Baltimore recently and I had a nice time, so I can only assume that this guy's responsible for that. Baltimore's a really pretty city, man.
And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrists at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well.
He's going to run for president for sure. Hopefully somebody fucking tailors him a fitting suit before he does.
That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Baltimore people are confusingly good at sex. What?
And now,
okay.
Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to
this is
build
very
a
hard
future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake up to elect a leader who was willing.
We need a short stun luck about anything. Yeah, sorry. I forget while watching these like samey speeches that I can just mute them because we're not getting anything new from them. You know, it's just, yeah. So boring. Most people don't tune in for every hour of all 4 days of the DNC. You're behind, aren't you? We're only behind by like a minute. God damn, dude. How does he not pop out of that suit when he moves? Jesus. He could be a rising star. No, I don't think he has the sauce. Oh, here. Okay, we want to listen to him because this guy does have a future. He's been, okay, leading into this, I want to say, I still don't like Pete Buttigieg, but he has been unironically debate lording lately. He has been snippy as hell in Senate hearings. He has been like going on Fox and sniping people. He's like unironically he's been debate lording. He's serving. Well, I wouldn't say he's serving. I'd say he's being, you know. I could say a few things.
Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying.
Look at how bunched up his
I'm Pete Buttigieg,
sleeves are.
and you might recognize me from Fox News.
Yeah.
I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next President and Vice President of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate.
Such a liability.
At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks...
Can you... Okay, I'm sorry. Can you imagine if he'd said, at least Mike Pence was handsome? Holy shit. Fucking king of the discourse, day 3 of the DNC. Holy shit, that would have landed. I don't even know how it would have landed. I just know it would have.
If you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
This is pretty good so far. No, yeah, no. He's genuinely a good speaker. I think he leaned way too much into like the Obama cadence back in 2020, and he still does it a bit now, but it's fine for people to sound similar. He was doing it a lot more like disingenuously and transparently back in 2020. He tried to manufacture a lot of... Do you guys remember when he was on the campaign trail where he was giving a speech in like a big, I don't know, it was like a warehouse or something, and there was a power outage and all the lights went out and it was like hushed and quiet, but then he continued the speech from like the light of his phone and people started like using their phone lights or whatever, and it was like it was faked. Like it was definitely like they planned the outage and it was meant to be like, look at it, you know, even in the darkness light emerges or whatever. You'll never convince me that wasn't faked. Can I find that? Hold on, I'm sorry. It was like, you can judge for yourself, okay? Media JSON provider request failed. Thank you, CNN. I appreciate that. You're really... Buttigieg left in dark when power goes out during a rally. Why is there not a video of this? Like a regular ass video. Can somebody find that? Wouldn't it just be a black screen? No. Wiped from the net? Too embarrassing? Probably some conspiracy. Why can't I find that? Pete Buttigieg rally blackout speech. Come on. Yeah, that's the link that's not working, Unlucky. Wow, I actually can't find any evidence of this except for that one CNN thing that's not working. That's kind of wild. Wait, why? It was... You're imagining it? I'm really not. Did he try to have this wiped?
What party is in charge? Justices ought to be able to retire like they used to, and
Okay, this is like edited, so it doesn't mean anything. I was talking about the original footage that he used for his campaign. He put it out. They used it in advertisements. This is just edited. This is not. Okay. I'm actually conspiracy pilled. This is like, it got scrubbed from the net. He used it as an advertisement. Okay, I'm going crazy. They still have it on Facebook? The actual advertisement? No, this isn't the... Watch this. Oh, here we go.
justices ought to be able to retire like they used to. Well.
There we go. That thing, and then yeah.
I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soulcraft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things.
Thank you, Andy, for getting that.
And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy.
That's true, though.
I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform.
Serving.
I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant.
Mac and cheese boiling
over. And yet the makeup of our kitchen table,
like
the existence
like
of my family
macaroni.
It's just one example of something that was literally impossible. As recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging.
Hold on. Update: uncommitted leader Abbas Alawi says they've received new word from the Harris camp, which is aware of the sit-down demonstration. Harris campaign's message: a speaker is not happening. Would something else work? Would you be open to a private meeting? It's not a super surprising outcome. It's obviously just disappointing. AOC is calling on Harris's campaign team to have a Palestinian speak. I can't say it's disappointing because it's not it doesn't fall below my expectations. I can say that it's morally wrong. You know, it's bad. I don't know how much a private meeting is going to go for, though.
In this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what...
There are a number of potential explanations for this, you know? There's like a number of, I guess, directions you can take in this. So keep in mind that like the DNC is a big deal. So letting people on is a big deal. It's not something they can do flippantly. Kamala Harris's campaign also isn't the only one in charge of this. It's the DNC, which is controlled by the Democratic Party. It's not just a Kamala Harris campaign event. That being said, obviously Kamala Harris's campaign has an enormous amount of power in how this is being directed because they're the ones, you know, on the ticket. It's possible that they don't think any speaker who came on the DNC would be like sufficiently responsible in their messaging, or they'd be concerned about them going off script. It might be a timing thing, like they're concerned about like, hey, we've only had like a few days to plan this out, or this condition wasn't previously one that we were considering. We don't really feel comfortable making a last second alteration like this. It could be that the DNC, like the party itself, has just said, like, yeah, no, we're not letting that happen flatly. It could be that Kamala Harris's campaign team is flatly said, yeah, we're not letting that happen for their own reasons. It's possible that other sources have tried to, you know, like reach out to the Kamala Harris campaign and say, yeah, we're not going to have this happen, or to the DNC or whatever. There's a number of possible explanations. It's unfortunate, but like, holy shit, man, I would have been really surprised if it had gone through. I'm not, It's likely a combination of all these. Yeah, there are so many things that could influence this outcome, I guess. Not really sure. It really would have been good for the DNC. Well, yeah, I mean, potentially. It depends on how well it would have gone. I guess it also depends on the perspective the Kamala Harris campaign has on the uncommitted movement, you know, like how responsible they are and how able they are to sort of thread the needle when it comes to proper messaging. Hard to say.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
How likely does she go full pro-Palestine once inaugurated? Full pro-Palestine? I do think that she's going to be better about it than Joe Biden. And I do think that it's very possible that there's stuff that we don't know going on behind the scenes where she's trying to flesh out the extent to which she can shift on this position that she can't really engage with right now, because it would be both a liability in the election and it would put her at odds with Joe Biden's camp, or at least a portion of Joe Biden's camp. You know, it's difficult to say. I do think she will be better on average, you know, than Joe Biden will. That has been, I guess.
Walls on the House Veteran Affairs Committee was instrumental in getting the post 9/11 GI Bill not only introduced, but also passed.
When Governor Walz wants change.
Is she maybe communicating that with uncommitted in private? I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there is an effort to appeal to uncommitted, but I have no idea how like extensive those talks are. I wish I knew more about how uncommitted was handling themselves in those meetings. I wish I knew more about how both of them were, you know?
Sheila E.
All right. Do we really need filler at 8:15 p.m. PT, aka 10:15 CT, please? Yeah, give me the tampon boy, man. Can we just skip ahead? Yeah, we can actually.
My mother in Deer Soda.
The next vice president of the
That was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next vice president, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota,
well, I just remembered that I don't like her.
Who is so
I think this is the student of Tim Walz, former student.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on.
Yes,
to
this is
push
the last
you out
one
of the
before
snowbank.
Tim.
I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah!
Oh. Ah, with the shoulder pads and everything. Ah, that's cute. Ah, that's cute. They should. This is so American. They should all be wearing like their high school clothes, so they all look like comically stuffed into little, you know, committing to the bit. Yeah, wearing like backpacks.
You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy.
That's actually pretty cute though, right?
There are
Yeah, it's
people in our
super cute.
neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership, by helping kids.
Okay, one thing that you're never going to see is a Republican candidate triumphantly bringing out a bunch of people who like knew them from high school as personal endorsement. Can you imagine JD Vance like, here's a class of people who knew me in high school, here to share their opinions about me? Yeah, I don't think so.
Their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
It's weird how every once in a while they bring out normal people who come across more personable and charismatic than trained politicians
out
with
here
media coaching.
In the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to command social right down engaged before together would be
almost back alive.
You know, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. After the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something, so he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home
made
on
in the damn
farm,
lab,
a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
Two middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
That's true. They got the signs. Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours.
I can't believe Tim Walz has eliminated one of the four horsemen.
Reproductive freedom, because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call, the pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this.
That was a quick recovery.
When somebody
on the
takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris.
He's really good, man.
From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney,
Can you believe we
as
nearly
an
got
attorney
Shapiro?
general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Health care and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Again, choosing him was a stroke of political genius that I don't think anyone, unprecedented times. I also want to add that towards the end of his speech, I got a series of texts from my partner with whom I've been playing Terraria in a shared map. And they were like, I've been exploring the map with you or without you, wish you were here, it's been fun. And then, Ian, I just got killed by something called Skeletron. Hope you're doing well. Spinning ahead. It's good. It's very good. Actual real family. Yeah, isn't it crazy to see like something that actually resembles, like, I wouldn't say resembles at all. I mean, it's like pretty clear indication of familial love. Shoosh. You know, this DNC business is really difficult for me. I'm a born yapper, so watching other people nonstop, it's a whole thing. Small detail, but I've noticed that despite how excited Dems are about Kamala, there's no mention of her being the first black woman president. I think there's been a few mentions, but yeah, genuinely, they really are not leaning on it that much. It seems like they've learned from the mistake of Hillary Clinton's campaign, which is that focusing on that sort of thing makes you come across as incredibly self-centered, like you're not running for the people, you're running to, you know, be the first. There a lot of mistakes that could be made are not being made, and I mean, we're seeing the results, man. Every day on 538, the polling average shifts further and further. You can see it right here, just in the, like, summary, you know? Do Americans have a favorable opinion of Kamala Harris? Look at that shift right there at the end. Who's ahead in the national presidential polls? Look at the poll away, you know? Today, for the first time, we have more than a 3-point lead, you know? It's genuinely crazy. And here we're only looking between Harris and Trump, where they started dead even for a while. I mean, Trump was ahead of Biden. So in reality, we've gone from Trump being ahead by several points to him being behind now, on average, 3.3. I've been saying we'll be up 5 going into September, but it might actually be more than 5. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's I don't want to get I don't want to get too optimistic because, you know, I mean, you know how it is, right? Wait. How is this still working? How I disabled the chroma key. How is this still working? Okay. Whatever, man. Sure. Remember Vosh, October surprise? Yeah. What about the swing states? I mean, we can look at them if you want. We can take a look at the big ones. I mean, what do we have in aggregate right now in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania aggregate is up Harris by 1.6. In Georgia, we actually have Trump up aggregate 0.8. I wouldn't have expected that, but I still think they'll pull around. I still think Georgia's going to pull around. Arizona, Harris up at 1.2. Nevada, Harris up 0.4. 538 skews conservative. Well, you know. And we for Michigan and so on, like, you know. But again, like, I don't know how much we should lean on these aggregates, because I think that, like, Michigan is more than 3.3 ahead, you know? Chat's just making shit up. Nate Silver left 538. They have an entirely new model. Look, I don't fuck with these models, okay? As somebody who knows enough about statistics to know how easy it is to fuck things up in ways that are, like, arcane and impossible to decipher, you know... We've even been seeing a boost in congressional popularity, though not by much. Hey, Doe. Yeah, we'll see how that goes on Friday. There's been a pull away in the past month or so for Democrats of about 1.5 points. We're seeing Hitler on Hitler violence outside the DNC. Outside the DNC, National Bolsheviks, a guy with a Hezbollah flag, and Westboro Baptist Church do a three-way battle. What a country. Nice. Well, glad they're having fun out there. Yeah, the Astolfo femboy. Can you imagine a stinkier person than Astolfo cosplaying Nazbol? Genuinely, like, just a phenomenal combination of factors which correlate strongly to not washing your asshole after you shit. Yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. In the hot sun, yeah. Ugh. In Nebraska's second, Harris is up 8. Well, 8 according to one poll, you know, not an aggregate. Is Kamala speaking tomorrow? Yeah. Thank you for the stream, guys. I know I was a bit low energy during this one. Unironically, the just covering like 6 hours straight of other people yapping is just not a format of stream engagement that I'm used to. It's been kind of fun. Oh, sure. You know, I'm just, you know, I present when I present, right? Tomorrow is the final day of the DNC, and then we go back to our regular programming, which is usually 4 to 5 hours of me going over segments, which I'm generally much more comfortable with. You know, we got a lot to talk about. Seriously, there's a lot that I want to talk about. But right now, I have a headache and I'm hungry, so, you know. I'm going to go do that. If you've donated today, I'll read the donations tomorrow. So, yeah, I caught up on 2 days' worth. Now I'm down by 1. You know how it is. I'm excited to hear your thoughts after the conclusion. Yeah. Sure you will, King. I always get to it eventually. Did your new clothes dry? It usually takes a little bit longer. Palestinian is speaking. What are you talking about, NPC Porky? What do you mean Palestinian is speaking? The person named Palestinian? What are you talking about? Shut up. You're crazy. DNC? What? Do you have information that you would like to provide via a link? Open it. Wait, right now? There's someone speaking now? I assume.
All right. For those of you that are left, I've got a question. Is there...
Oh, never mind. It was a faith thing. Sorry, my bad. You're getting banned for a day. Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. Fucking running in all caps. You piece of shit. Ridiculous. What? Let me see. What? Did you see a person with, oh my God. You just saw Palestinian is speaking. You saw the cafe with the brown person. He just assumed, well, like, if the scarf is Palestinian, sure, but like, it's just the faith. Palestine is speaking. His name was Robert Palestine. His name was Robert Palestine. Okay. All right. I love you guys. I'll read the donations tomorrow. I love you. Last day of the DNC. Then we get to do normal stream stuff. Yay. Woo. Having said that, I do wonder what he was saying. It's they do a faith thing at the end of the it wasn't anything. It was just like woohoo God. Something like that. I assume. Anyway, I'm just gonna end stream. I love you. See you tomorrow.